Hang around for Scooby-Doo. Dun, 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 dun. That's my pal, Scooby-Dooby-Doo. Dun, 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 dun. Hey, hey, Wolfpack, we're back with another surprise tier list stream. Doing one early this time because I actually kind of woke up early and thought, yeah, I want to do this now before it gets hot later in the day. Gonna be talking about the other Scooby-Doo show, The Scooby-Doo Show. This one, technically a revival, but some consider it a sequel show. It's kind of just Scooby-Doo, Where Are You, given an animation upgrade. Hey Akira, glad you made it. Have you seen the YouTube news on August 13th? Yeah, I heard they were gonna do something with age restrictions and all that. It sounds like it's gonna be a huge mess. I'm not gonna give up on YouTube just yet because I still have plans of my own, but yeah, it's gonna blow up in their faces. We all know it. But let's talk about something positive, Scooby-Doo. This is the only other Scooby-Doo show I've currently finished. I am rewatching Mystery Incorporated. I know a lot of people want us to talk about that in general, whether it's a tier list, a stream, or a full-blown review. We're still watching it. It's airing on Cartoon Network. We're catching up with it. Almost done, but not quite there yet. So I decided to talk about the other Scooby-Doo show I finished, The Scooby-Doo Show. Not too much backstory to give on this one. It's basically a revival. It's a low-key revival of Scooby-Doo, Where Are You? That some count it as its own show, but it's Scooby-Doo, Where Are You? Back on TV, given an animation upgrade, much better voice actors, a lot more creativity behind the ghosts, and basically it's just the Scooby-Doo show back all over again. This one is like in the, I believe, 70s or 80s. It's a few years after Where Are You, but it turned out Scooby-Doo, Where Are You was a massive hit. It was so successful that the studio revived it and gave it this new show. It's basically just Scooby-Doo, and this is the one where they try to introduce Scooby-Dumb, a whole lot of new characters, new settings, did a lot more fresh stuff with the gang and trying to spice up the classic formula, leading to a lot of iconic monsters appearing on this show. There's the 10,000 volt ghost, Gator Ghoul, the pterodactyl ghost, the vampire, Benedict Arnold, and so on and so forth. A lot of crazier monsters this season. Like I'm born in 2002. You were born. You were born back then. Okay. And this was cool. Okay, thank you, Kira. Yeah, gonna be talking about the Scooby-Doo show. Not too much to say on it. It's just low-key a revival. Some fans treat it as a sequel series. Technically, it's not really a sequel. It's just carrying on Scooby-Doo, Where Are You? The show is now back. The gang is back to solving mysteries, going to a ton of spooky and haunted places, traveling around the world, and a lot of newer monsters. This is a new gen of monsters, a lot more creativity, a lot more crazier ideas. Some are ghosts and some are full-blown creatures like the Gator Ghoul, the Pterodactyl Man, and the giant grasshopper mutant thing. A lot of fun ideas with these monsters. I really like this show. I have watched it all the way through thanks to it re-airing on Cartoon Network, so I know pretty much all these monsters, and I plan to rank them all because a lot of people love our Scooby-Doo rankings. Like, do we count Scooby and the Laugh Olympic characters ranking? Probably not, because some people might not remember half the Hanna-Barbera characters from yesteryear. The Scooby-Doo show, pretty much a return to form / sequel series for Where Are You? Yeah, it's pretty much carrying on Where Are You, and a lot of the monsters from Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed are from this saga too. There's the Skeleton Men, the 10,000 volt ghost, the pterodactyl ghost, and the Tar Monster. This is the series that did have the Tar Monster. This is kind of connected to Where Are You? It's basically a continuation. I know a lot of people might see it as a sequel, but I just see it as a prototype to revival shows. It is a revival of Scooby-Doo. They're solving mysteries and getting into wacky antics. You all know the Scooby formula by now, so let's get to the good part. I'm going to be talking about all their villains, ghosts, and monsters, ranking them on this tier list from top best to bottom worst. So, let me explain this if this is your first tier list ever. Nothing too fancy, we are going with traditional letter grades because I'm not sure if a lot of people are familiar with this show. So we're keeping it basic. Up top we have S tier. These ones, the perfect ones, the 11 out of 10s, the platinum skulls, some gold skulls, basically the best monsters this series ever gave us, and we might actually be seeing a lot up here because this show went a lot crazier with its creatures. So these ones, top dogs. Then we have A tier. These ones, definitely great. Had a lot of good stuff going around on them. Definitely fun designs, fun concepts. I might have a nitpick or two here and there about these characters, but I will say they are generally awesome. Definitely worthy creatures, and they range from like gold to silver. Then we have B. These ones, they're fine. They're whatever. They're alright. They're decent monsters. They did an adequate job being a spooky Scooby monster, but could have used some improvements and upgrades to make them better. Then we have C tier. These ones, mediocre, the meh, the 50-50 characters, had some good, but also some bad. Didn't quite make it to be an iconic monster, but not the worst ghoul we'll ever see. Then down here we have D. These ones, weak, the duds, the forgettable ones, the what were they thinking with this character? Basically, really lousy villains. Not all that compelling, but also not the worst thing ever, just plain lame. But at rock bottom, we have F tier. Yep, we do have an F tier. These ones, god-awful, garbage, worst monsters of the franchise, the characters you do not like or remember from this show, the 0 out of 10 ghoulies. Hi, Cat. Hey, Joseph Segala, S. Scooby-Doo, and F. Fail Bombs. Yeah. Hi, Cat. What are we looking at today? We're looking at the Scooby-Doo show. This one, technically a follow-up to Scooby-Doo, Where Are You? This one has all the monsters people remember from Monsters Unleashed. There's a 10,000 Volt Ghost, Gator Ghoul, Pterodactyl Ghost, Old Iron Face is somewhere down here. Yeah, there he is, and Jaguaro. All the other most popular monsters. Technically, the Scooby-Doo show is a classic show because it has a lot of iconic ghouls, and we want to be ranking them all up here on this tier list. A lot of great faces. Some of my younger viewers might recognize them from Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed. A few of these got their live action debuts, and some of them are plain classics. They are staples of Scooby-Doo, are referenced in a lot of the later movies. Cyber Chase also had some of them, like Gator Ghoul and Jaguaro, and Tar Monster, who's like a staple for Scooby-Doo. A lot of the more insane villains are on here. A lot of more outlandish concepts. It is more difficult to tell if they're guys in suits in this show. The monsters have a lot more unique traits, unique identities, and very spectacular designs, I might add. These are much more detailed monsters. The Scooby-Doo show, I actually do really love, but I do kind of count it as, it's the same as Where Are You? It's up there in my top 5 favorite Scooby shows, but What's New and Mystery Incorporated clearly outclass it. But it's still a good show because we got to see the gang back together again, cracking more insane and creative monsters this time, and we're gonna be ranking them all. Gator Ghoul and Iron Face is on Cyber Chase, not Monsters Unleashed. Well, I think Iron Face had like a cameo in the background. Also, the eye skeletons from Monsters Unleashed. Yeah, the skeleton men, they're down here too. This is what they looked like in the cartoon, so I wonder if any of you younger viewers are surprised seeing how different they looked in the cartoon. Like, here's the skeleton men and the pterodactyl ghost, looking kind of different than how James Gunn would portray them. Hi, Cat. Hey, Light Jones. Ranking videos, it's my birthday week. Oh, happy birthday, Light Jones. Hope you like this tier list. Might got more in the future, but yeah. So, I actually do have them all in order. We do have every monster slash villain on here. We do see some regular humans on here too. So, we will be going in order just to make it simple. So, I suppose we should finally start this tier list. I love the Scooby-Doo show, and I love a lot of their monsters, but let's see if we can find any duds and any that make it to S tier. So let's start with the first ever villain of the series. It's that geezer Ebenezer. Yep, the ghost of Ebenezer and his wife are on here. First villain, okay, might put him onto A or B. I might go with B on this one. Okay, this is the ghost of Ebenezer, this crazy 1,000-year-old witch doctor who practiced Satanism. They say black magic, but it's Satanism. He was practicing dark magic to make himself immortal. He would never die of old age. He mysteriously disappeared, and then all of a sudden, his ghost showed up, haunting a construction site. For the first time in the series, the Scooby Gang are actually trying to get a job. They get temp jobs working at a construction site. Back in the days where you could hire inexperienced teenagers to work on skyscrapers, right? Yeah, the Scooby Gang get jobs for once. They work at a construction site, and the site is haunted by this creepy old Count Olaf looking guy who's scaring them off for some reason. The entire construction crew is running away, forcing them to hire basically interns to work the job, and of course the Scooby Gang are those interns. I found this ghost honestly kind of creepy in a few instances. It is kind of another simple design. It's basically a decayed looking guy. He's an old guy painted blue. He wears like this red cloak. He has that crazy Beethoven hair. I will say some parts I did find him scary, like a lot of the scenes where he's spying and eavesdropping on the gang. I remember being terrified of that scene where he's like looking at them through a window while they're having a conversation. Really eerie type of villain, so he does have some scariness to him. Back in the day, at least that 24-ounce glass bottle of Coca-Cola only costed 50 cents. Yeah, I wish. Yeah, that's where I would put him as well. A decent starter villain for the show. Thank you, Shadowlink. Yeah, the Spectre of Ebenezer. He got a cameo in The Goblin King. Oh, he did? Okay, now I have to see that. Yeah, even I'm more kind of surprised that there was more Scooby-Doo show villains and Monsters Unleashed. Yeah, they used a lot from this show. I guess because Gazanel and James Gunn probably grew up with this iteration of Scooby over the Where Are You show. I honestly do like the Scooby-Doo show a little better than the original, simply because it had more episodes of Scooby-Doo actually worked, unlike Scrappy. Yeah, it did. This show was had a lot better animation. It was a lot more fluid. It moved better. It wasn't as stilted. We got professional voice actors in the show much more than Where Are You? Whereas Where Are You was mostly Casey Kasem and Don Messick were half the characters. Here got a lot more pros. Peter Cullen was apparently in this show, allegedly. Not sure who he voiced, so I do like this monster. The first episode, pretty decent. The gang are at a construction site, showing you that they were going to a lot of newer locations, newer settings. The ghost chases them like Darkman style across this construction site. A lot of wacky Three Stooges-esque antics. We also do have his partner in crime, Ebenezer's wife. So apparently this couple practiced satanic magic. It was rumored that they unlocked immortality, but then they mysteriously disappeared, only for them to show up, and they're both kind of ghosts. Yeah, the wife's on here too. Her I'll be putting on to C, because you're not entirely sure if she was gonna be a villain. Yeah, Ebenezer and his wife are technically the ghosts of the first episode. So, who are Ebenezer and his wife? Well, it turns out Ebenezer really did disappear. I do like that they kind of throw you for a loop in this episode. He actually did unlock dark magic. It is actually confirmed this guy was a full-blown warlock. He does have working spells. There's this funny moment where Scooby and Shaggy are reading one of his satanic books and accidentally turn themselves into monsters. They never realize they're monsters. Hey Scooby, isn't that ridiculous? Yeah, ridiculous. Look, the antidote's even kookier. And they read it and accidentally turn themselves back human. So it is kind of creepy that they confirmed there are supernatural forces through this show, and this guy actually did have magic powers, but it's confirmed he and his wife did die. They are gone, and they have impersonators playing them in this show. Who is that geezer, Ebenezer? Well, it turns out it's their supervisors from the construction crew. Yeah, it was like Fred, Daphne, and Velma's supervisor was the wife, and Shaggy and Scoob's supervisor was Ebenezer. Apparently, they were using the construction site to spy on other buildings and see Like, see people putting stuff into safes. They were trying to watch them through this telescope lens up on the top of the skyscraper and basically watch them, like, put the combination and the locks in and steal their valuables using the construction site as basically an HQ. They turned into Ebenezer and his wife to scare the gang and scare the construction crew off, so nobody would notice that their true motive was basically robbing a bunch of professional companies. They, like, used the crane to break in and open safes and had this special magnifying glass. The gang accidentally take the glass they were using, and it's why they're chasing after them. They get caught in a really hilarious trap. They're like running across the steel girders, and Shaggy and Scooby accidentally save the day by dropping quick dry cement on them, freezing the ghost and the wife in their place, and they unmask them. It's a really crazy episode. I think they're both fine villains, though. The wife, not so much as involved in the plot. We find out there was like 2 ghosts. This guy was trying to throw them off track by pretending to be the wife. Apparently nobody bought their haunted mansion years later, but yeah, I think they're fine villains. The first guy, definitely a decent villain, very creepy at times, has some funny comedic moments. I think his face is a lot more cartoonish rather than creepy, but I'll put them both on B and C. Yeah, they had a lot more Monsters Unleashed monsters. So Ebenezer Spectre wasn't Goblin King. I'll have to watch that now. I thought Ebenezer Scrooge reformed. What is he doing here? Well, Scooby Gang has fought literary characters. So why Daphne and Velma work in construction sites when it takes place? They all needed a job, and the construction crew does mention they were desperate for employees because the Spectre was creeping everyone out. Ebenezer Scrooge just hates teenagers and people. I did laugh at that scene where he's like on top of the Mystery Machine car. He's like following them, and rather than doing the hiding under the car like Cape Fear, no, he's on top of the roof trying to spy on them. Like Ebenezer got the bad ending and didn't learn his lesson from the Ghost of Christmas. Also, his cape is similar to Bela Lugosi's portrayal of Dracula. I think they were kind of trying to go for that. He has like this cloaked to look more like a ghost. Knight was the best first villain, though. Yeah, the Black Knight Ghost, he was far creepier. The book is black magic, spell, and other neat weird stuff. Yeah, they read that and they turn into monsters. So it's kind of creepy that this guy and his wife actually did exist, and they low-key revealed they did have magic powers. Like, their black magic actually did work. It could turn people into monsters. This guy was like an alchemist. He was trying to find immortality, and allegedly he did find it because he lived a long life. He was apparently 100 years old before he passed away, and we never find out if he actually did die or if he did mysteriously disappear, but that kind of added a creepy layer to him. What little I know of Scrappy-Doo is way better than all of the Velma shows that doesn't exist. Yeah, it is. Nettie Crab. Okay, that was her name. Scrappy isn't that bad, just got bad when 3 Scooby-Doo gangers left. Yeah, they kicked out Fred, Daphne, and Velma to shill Scrappy, and that made him worse. And this guy dressed as Jim Rivets. Yeah. So the Acme Construction Company. Yeah, Acme exists in here. I like the 13 ghosts, so many good dynamics. Well, except for Flim Flam. I hate that Flim Flam. Is that the Night Copycat? Yeah, we do have him down here. There's Merlin and his own Black Knight Ghost. Also, it found, like, what kind of company hires 4 teenagers and 1 dog with no drug testing. They didn't have that back then, Akira. Also, Scrooge learning black magic. That's not so Christmas. No, it's not, but it gave him a backstory. Remind me of Astra Grimoire of Anti-Magic. Okay, so Betty Krabs and her wife. Her wife. Okay, so Ebenezer and his wife, they're definitely decent villains. Decent starter villains, but not iconic. So I'll put them both, one on B because he's more threatening, C because she's kind of a twist villain, but yeah, definitely decent, but nothing too special. Then next came the Aztec Ghosts. The Scooby-Doo go to South America, where they run into an Aztec spirit and his statue henchman, this living golem character. Scooby Gang goes to the Aztec village on vacation and stumble upon a mystery. Frank Welker uses like his Megatron voice for this character. I actually found him pretty creative. We'll put him on to A, but his statue golem will be going on to B. Scooby. Yeah, there's two villains in this episode. Scooby and the gang try to solve the mystery of an Aztec temple. They're on vacation. This ghost is there, and I do like that he's kind of giant. They do project him as like this Galactus-sized kaiju haunting the area, making you question how they're doing it. But spoilers, it is a projection. It's a hologram. They are projecting an image of him that looks bigger. Not sure how they're making the giant footprints, but yeah, they project this guy as like a giant ghost. It turns out he is human size after all, and he has his stone golem here, who's this indestructible statue character who is chasing the gang and watching them. I do kind of like these villains at first. It is kind of creative, and Scooby-Doo dives into a lot more multicultural villains. They fight an Aztec ghost, and turns out he's a projection. Who is the Aztec ghost? It's kind of painfully obvious. It is very much in a similar vein as when Scooby What's New did the Africa episode. It's this archaeologist couple. It's like this professor and his wife. They're using the Aztec legends to scare away the locals because they're secretly looting and plundering the temple. They're stealing treasures, ancient artifacts, and using the legends to scare off any curious looky-loos and get away with it. They have like this ghost ship that's going in a secret passage. It's transporting the artifacts, and the Scooby Gang fight them. The stone golem I thought was definitely weird. The first guy I thought was cool because he appeared giant. He's almost like a kaiju-sized monster. But no, they reveal halfway through he is a normal guy using a projector in a temple. Yeah, these episodes usually have multiple villains this time. That added a lot more flair to the mystery. There's now a few episodes that have two or more suspects, which definitely made it a lot more mysterious and harder to figure out. Unfortunately, I do think their weaknesses, I do find it very obvious who the villains are. We see the professor and his wife, who are this inseparable couple, and the episode reveals there are two Aztec monsters, making it easy to put two and two together. Yeah, the ghost of King Katazuma. Yeah, Frank Welker uses his Megatron voice for this. His G1 Megatron voice, not the Prime one. Like I'm glad PETA didn't exist before this episode exists. I need Scrappy back, like actually stop making my Scooby nephew evil and weird and disrespecting him. Scrappy was annoying on the TV shows. I found him a lot better in the movies, the Boo Brothers, Ghoul School, and Reluctant Werewolf. He became a lot more tolerable there, and unfortunately they also booted Fred, Daphne, and Velma to shill Scrappy-Doo and try to get kids to like him. The first Scrappy-Doo show, it sucks. Scrappy is an annoyance. I do not like the first voice actor, and they made the character very obnoxious and annoying. Now that's fantastic. Say that again. King Katazuma. Gotta love the night villain. Gotta be my favorite gender. Also, he almost being a boss in an unreleased PlayStation version of Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights. Okay, he was almost in there. Yeah, it was the Professor Stonehack and Elena Stonehack. They were the evil villain duo this time. They were stealing, like, ancient artifacts from this temple. Shout out to my giant monsters, gotta be my favorite gender. Yeah, kaiju Scooby monsters, definitely fun and very harder to figure out who it is. At what point is grave robbing considered archaeology? The difference is between that's a crime and it belongs in a museum. Yeah, the professor pretended he was a nice guy who was a tourist looking around and investigating. I think they imply that he was digging the giant footprints in his archaeological digs to make it seem like the giant was really leaving footprints, but no, they were actually posing as monsters. The Scooby Gang follow them to their hideout, kind of Redbeard style, and they dupe the monsters by tricking them into stepping on springs. They like get their feet caught on springs and are sent jumping around until they fall in the river and their costumes kind of wash off. The guy was wearing like a makeup outfit. I'm not sure how his wife's Stonehead fell off, but yeah. He kills HBO Velma. Yeah, he did, but she came back as a ghost. Lol. It's a reference to Montezuma. Yeah, the real Aztec emperor. He was based off of that. It's a Cinco de Mayo special. Yeah, kinda is. The Scooby Gang defeat them, reveal that they were stealing artifacts, and, of course, enjoy their great vacay. I think these villains are also, once again, fine. The Stone Golem, kinda weaker. They introduce it, like, at the halfway point. The giant monster, very creative. Love Frank Welker's Megatron voice. I do like Scooby trying to solve a mystery of a giant monster, but they expose he wasn't really giant. He had a projector, and it was all smoke and mirrors of how he seemed godlike. I'll put him on A still. That was a pretty cool idea for a monster. Alright, now we get to Gator Ghoul. And unfortunately, Gator Ghoul comes packed with one of the worst characters ever, Scooby-Dooby-Dum. Yeah, in this episode, in Gator Ghoul's episode, this monster is so cool, but it comes packed with the debut of Scooby-Doo's mentally challenged cousin, Scooby-Dum. Scooby-Doo! Basically, Scooby-Dum is like this knockoff goofy character. The Scooby Gang goes to the south, where they pick up Scooby-Dum, and Scooby-Dum is a recurring character on this show who did not catch on. No, yep, Scooby-Dum. It would have been awesome if the monsters were big mechs and we could have gotten a Scooby Megazord to fight it. Gotta wait until What's New, Scooby-Doo. Okay, so, yeah, Scooby-Dum comes tied with this character, and unfortunately did kind of cheapen the episode a lot, but I actually really like Gator Ghoul. I think Gator Ghoul we might put onto... Yeah, I'll put her onto S tier. Yep, Scooby-Doo fights a ghost crocodile. Yeah, kind of weird. Not sure how it's a ghost, but yeah. There's this evil swamp monster called Gator Ghoul. It's haunting the swamps. Scooby-Dum's owners own this restaurant that's on like a paddle wheel boat. They're in the south, and basically they're trying to get back into business, but this gator is scaring the people off. And the mystery gang comes in, teams up with Scooby-Dum to find out who the Gator Ghoul is, and really love this design, really like it as an effective creepy swamp monster. Gator Ghoul is this bipedal crocodile gator with like glow-in-the-dark lights, can tear things apart, and really love because it's hard to tell who's under there. It is like a crocodile snout, it's like animatronic mask. Gator Ghoul is definitely one of the more memorable monsters, absolutely. Hate those gators. Gator Ghoul would appear in the Cyber Chase as one of the minions. So, Gator Ghoul is basically attacking the Scooby Gang, trying to scare people off the barge. We find out that there's corporate espionage afoot. This restaurant is like being sabotaged by a rival working for a competitive company. There's another company that's trying to like steal their secret formula, and Gator Ghoul is somebody who's on this ship. There's like a nice lady who's like the bartender. There's this disgruntled janitor. A lot of sketchy characters we meet in this episode. Unfortunately, they shine way too much spotlight on Scooby-Dum. It is mostly a Scooby-Dum episode. Scooby and his cousin basically screw around, fart around, get chased by the monster. We find out there was like an old movie studio that filmed here, and the Gator Ghoul was a monster from a movie. They accidentally left behind the outfit, and that's what the villain is using. So, who is Gator Ghoul? Well, I think it's also another painfully obvious reveal. Gator Ghoul was the nice lady. Yeah, there was this friendly, nice lady who worked at the restaurant of Scooby-Dum's owners, and she was actually secretly a corporate spy sabotaging them, and I pretty much figured out who it was as soon as we met this character. She's like obscenely nice and kind and delivers this very long speech about how she loves her boss so much. She doesn't know what she'd do without this company. She absolutely cares about her supervisors, and yeah, it is painfully obvious this is all a ploy. Spy what? Alice Dudley. Thank you, that was her name. This episode sure is dumb. Scooby-Dum, the Krabby Patty secret formula. Yeah, and it's in Georgia, Florida border, yeah. So, it was actually like this nice lady, this Alice Dudley lady. She was actually pretending to be nice and using the Gator Ghoul as her monster side. She's really this evil, conniving bitch who was trying to sabotage the company and basically help buy them out and sabotage their competition, steal their secret Krabby Patty formula. Gator Ghoul is defeated by accidentally getting stuck in like this really sticky kitchen substance. They use like They use like this weird baking dough, this powder, and Shaggy, Scooby, and Dumb accidentally got stuck in it. The Gator Ghoul gets trapped and wound up in it during a chase scene. I really like the design of this character. It turns out she had like a mechanical crocodile mask on her to make it look like a crocodile snout and those glow-in-the-dark eyes. Gator Ghoul is actually a really cool monster. She gets arrested, gets exposed, and they save the restaurant. Scooby-Dum joins the Scooby Gang for like 4 episodes, and then he's gone and forgotten. Thank goodness. Yeah, the fritter batter, that's it. He said Krabby Patty too. Yeah, I did say that, just for a joke. Like Alice May and Alice Dovely, like why use Alice as a villain name? Cause Alice sounds like an innocent name. Yeah, I like Gator Ghoul's design. Of course, a giant killer croc monster is always appealing. They fight a gator. This thing nearly, like, takes their head off, too. Unfortunately, Scooby-Dum really holds back the episode, and I do think it is painfully obvious who the Gator Ghoul ends up being, but this was a very standout monster design, a very fun creature. I love it chasing Scooby and Shag on that paddle wheel, and Gator Ghoul did prove popular enough to make a comeback in the cyber chase. Yeah, Gator Ghoul is one of the final boss minions in the Scooby-Doo and the Cyber Chase. Gator Ghoul chases the Freds, which is a very fun idea too. Love seeing the Scooby Gang and their video game doppelgangers work together. Yeah, apparently somebody really loved Gator Ghoul. It is kind of a name and design that sticks out, so I'll put him on S tier, just for that really awesome design, awesome backstory, and the fact that he almost killed Scooby-Dum. Definitely S tier. This episode sure is dumb, say that again. Like, why choose Fred? Well, they wanted the creeper to go after Daphne because of the pun. I do find it weird that old Iron Face chases after Velma, and I guess Jaguaro chases the Scoobies because he's the most animalistic of them all. Surprised Scooby-Dum didn't appear as a disrespectful cameo like Scrappy-Doo, yet Warner Brothers and Hanna-Barbera kind of forgot him. Feels like Power Ranger villains. Yeah, kind of. Okay, so after Gator Ghoul came the 10,000 Volt Ghost. One of my favorites, going on to S tier, and yes, above Gator Ghoul. Yep, this is the show that has the 10,000 Volt Ghost. All my viewers should recognize him. He's in the theme song. He's that big orange electric man chasing Scooby and Shaggy through the drawers, accidentally missing them, trying to find them. 10,000 Volt Ghost is a classic. This one, easily one of the most standout villains of this show. Really creepy design, really creative and dark backstory, and fun Scooby-Doo monster who seems very nigh invulnerable. My goat, my boy. Yeah, Blaze, you really like this guy? Yep. 10,000 Volt Ghost is shockingly electrifying. Yeah, I really like this monster. He is cool. He is very creepy. The Scooby Gang meet this foe when they go to a ski resort. They get lost, end up in this old quiet mountain town. The town has no electricity and seems abandoned like a ghost town. The Scooby Gang try to find out what's going on here. They bump into the mayor, the weird power plant owner, and they basically tell the town is haunted by this mysterious entity known as the 10,000 Volt Ghost. Like why look like Electro on steroids? Cause it makes him look creepy. Goat 1000 Ghost. 10,000 Volt Ghost is a great concept. A ghost basically nothing but living electricity. Another iconic one for the series. Absolutely. So, what made me really like this character? One, his design is awesome. He's basically this living electricity monster. However, they reveal he does have a shockingly dark backstory. The mayor tells them the story that the 10,000 Volt Ghost was once a man. There was a man here named Voltner. Yes, that was his name. Voltner was a worker at the electric power plant. He was tasked with fixing the electrical tower. Apparently a storm hit them, something went haywire, and Voltner went up to one of the electric towers to fix the town's power grid, only to actually die. Something went wrong. They were trying to fix the power core. The core accidentally discharged, went off, and blew up, and Voltner was electrocuted to death. He went up to the top of the tower, was shot and vaporized, and fell to his death off this tower, and it's believed that he became the 10,000 volt ghost. He revived as a living electric monster because that's what he was when he died. He's now like a man made of electricity and fire, and he haunts this town every night, getting revenge at the town for dooming him. He's like on a tower, he's destroying the town's electricity and allegedly draining all the power. He's like absorbing the electricity from this town, and they believe they've seen his ghost walking around. He's like burning stuff. He's so hot and electrifying that he can melt metal and destroy stuff with a mere touch. Kind of like Electro, almost. Hi everyone, AV Scorpio. How is everyone? We're fine, we're on the best ghost right now. Yeah, he's the ghost of Electro, basically. Oh, 10,000 volt ghost. I understood 10,000 volts ghost. Yeah, I made that mistake too. When they said 10,000 volts, I thought they meant, you know, like a safe, a lockup volt. No, volt as in electricity, an electric volt. This is a good episode, 1,000%. Say that again. I absolutely think it's a 10,000% good episode. Was once a man. Yep, 10,000 volt ghost is in Scooby-Doo too. Like the costume was made by Coco Diablo. How is everyone? We're fine. Do you guys remember War of Monsters? I do not. Fire and lightning based monster, that's so awesome, come on. I fully agree. Really love this monster. It's basically a man who's burning alive and has electricity running through him. That's what the 10,000 volt ghost is supposed to be. They made him look a lot cooler in Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed, but the design in this show is definitely good, I would say. The 10,000 volt ghost is haunting the area. The Scooby Gang investigates, and of course find out there's more to this monster than meets the eye. Basically, it's another real estate scheme. There's actually two people behind the 10,000 volt ghost. We'll get to that, but the ghost chases Shaggy and Scooby, gets into a lot of wacky antics. The ghost is so hot that it can burn through doors, burn through locks, and almost destroy something upon contact. I really found him creepy because he's like a living energy being. They do explain his powers later. So, how's the ghost doing this, looking like a real electric man? Well, get this, he's actually wearing a diving suit, like a wetsuit, and has electric Christmas lights and wires all over him to make it seem like he's giving off radiation. He's like wearing a protective wetsuit under there, has like a mask on, has like Christmas lights around him, and has all these wires going around shooting off electricity. He's actually like protected by this fire repellent suit keeping him safe, making him look like he's electric. There's like a secret tunnel system underneath this pet store that goes all the way to the power plant. They're basically sabotaging the power to clear the town out so the real culprit can sell the land cheap. It's an old video game about kaiju. I do not remember that. Give me the solo movie of him. If Morbius get it, then he should get it too. Yeah, Mr. Voltner, my goat's so smart. I'm gonna steal his drip. He like me, FR. Looks like a male version of the electric villain from Word Girl. Kind of. Like better than Stormy Weather. Stormy Weather was a pretty good Courage episode. So, who is the 10,000 volt ghost? After a lot of chasing the Scooby Gang, they eventually stop him with a magnet. The magnet attracts all the metal in the suit, and they turn the 10,000 volt ghost into a snowball, which chills him out and deactivates all the power. Going from 10,000 volts to 10 volts. Wacky Scooby-Doo chase, he snowballs and basically burns out. They unmask him, and who is the 10,000 volt ghost? It's Voltner. Yep, just like Captain Cutler, it was the exact guy. Voltner faked his death and was posing as the ghost all along, secretly doing dirty work for the true mastermind, the mayor. Yep, the mayor was completely in on it. This was his scheme to basically kick the people out of town and sell it and make a killing alongside Voltner. Voltner faked his death this whole time and became his own ghost. He disguised himself as the monster, was doing dirty work, and was scaring people away from the town, while the mayor was trying to make dealings behind the scenes. Scooby and the gang foil their schemes and have them arrested, and we actually did have a pretty fun icon in this series. However, this would not be the last time we see the 10,000 volt ghost, because he did come back in Scooby-Doo 2, Monsters Unleashed. Yep, he came back in the Scooby-Doo sequel, and he's easily one of my favorite monsters from the James Gunn movie. Also, Daphne and Velma became the bait, like why not Shaggy and Scooby? And they wanted to spice up the formula. It's kind of funny, Daphne and Velma being the bait for once. My goat was beaten by Shaggy. It took Shaggy to beat him. Yeah, Shaggy and Scooby actually defeat the monster. 10,000 volts, die, suit win. That is the energy monster. Yeah, 10,000 volt ghost is in Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed. He comes like in the halfway point of the movie. We don't see him earlier. So, if you don't know, the Scooby-Doo movie actually brought back familiar faces from the show. They brought old villains that the Scooby Gang unmasked. There's like a museum exhibit that has all the most popular Scooby monsters, and the 10,000 volt ghost is there. Weirdly, his suit does not look much like how it did in the cartoon, but I was willing to look past that. The 10,000 volt ghost and the Black Knight ghost have their suits stolen by the pterodactyl ghost, and unfortunately, off-screen, we see them come to life. The Black Knight ghost is introduced fighting at Old Man Wickles' house to basically frame him. The 10,000 volt ghost kind of awkwardly shows up later. There was a deleted scene that formally introduced him. The 10,000 volt ghost and the Black Knight ghost rob the museum and steal the rest of the costumes. There's like these two idiot guards who are screwing around and zapping each other like Ed, Ed, and Eddie. They're like moving on the carpet really fast, building up electricity to shock each other on touch. Yeah, that trick, the zappity zap zap. Yeah, they're like screwing around and trolling each other, and they fail to see the 10,000 volt ghost hacks his way into the building. He and the Black Knight ghost invade, and the 10,000 volt ghost pretty much kills these two guys. They're like about to touch each other with the electricity, and 10,000 volt ghost gives them 10,000 volts, which shock them, and I believe it killed them. They like blow each other up and go flying across the room, and this allows the ghost to steal the other monster suits. Like he died by car battery pillars. Yeah, he did. Pliers. Okay, pliers. 10,000 volt ghost in Monsters Unleashed was much bigger and shot electricity like Electro. Yeah, all the monsters got an upgrade in Scooby-Doo 2. The 10,000 volt ghost shows up during, what else, a Scooby-Doo chase scene. After Shaggy and Scoob screw up and accidentally revive more monsters, they find out what this machine does. The monsters chase them, and the 10,000 volt ghost shows up chasing them, and he is really cool. He's like much bigger than how he was in the cartoon, and he has full-blown electro powers. He can shoot electricity, has that really creepy voice. End of the line, Mystery Inc. Die! He's like zapping electricity. Almost kills Fred, Daphne, and Velma at one point. He's one of my favorite villains from the movie. He looks cool. The CGI has actually really held up well for him because he's basically a living energy being. It helps that he looks kind of blocky. He has like a skeleton-like face. I guess it's supposed to be Voltner in there because he got electrocuted to death. Yeah, really cool voice. I heard D. Bradley Baker supposedly voiced him. They said some other guy voiced him, but whoever did him did a really good job. He has like this crackling electricity voice. Ah, not so fast! They forgot his fire powers though. They did. We should make a cosplay suit of him. Get me 1,000 Christmas lights in a scuba suit. What, 10,000 volt ghost in Monsters Unleashed? Yeah, he was much bigger in the movie. Did the Black Knight first appear in a team-up monster episode? The Black Knight down here did. The original ghost, no, he was his own villain. Love how the way the villain screams, "End of the line, Mystery Inc." he's electrical, the Black Knight goes nuts. Yeah, that's how they kill him. So, Scooby and the gang finally have enough. They're gonna face the monsters, face their fears, and actually combat their old foes. Daphne tries to take on the 10,000 volt ghost, accidentally gets electrocuted because you can't defeat, an electric monster with a karate kick. Pretty funny. She goes flying in the air. So, Fred and Daphne work together to fight the 10,000 volt ghost and the Black Knight, and they defeat him in a comedic way. He gets they attach car pliers to the Black Knight ghost and a spear that Daphne was using. It's like this metal pole. She hits the 10,000 volt ghost, and he gets electrocuted by going into the Black Knight ghost like a car battery, getting energy, and it blows them both up and kills them. Not sure if you can kill a ghost, but yeah, they hook them up with car pliers. The electric ghost goes, blackout, blackout! Ah! He gets sucked into the Black Knight, and they both blow up and die. Well, the Black Knight's head is still alive, and he goes, oh crap. And I guess the 10,000 volt ghost died from that, because he never shows up again for the rest of the movie. If he did somehow survive, he's probably dead now, and the Scooby Gang reversed the machine. They made my goats fight each other. Yeah, they did. Well, technically get killed by using their powers against them. Also, Scooby-Doo did a Lieutenant Columbo saying, just one more thing. Yeah, they did do that. So, 10,000 Volt Ghost was cool in the cartoon, was even cooler in the Monsters Unleashed movie. This is a cool monster. Going on to S tier for sure. Awesome, so electrifying. Then after him came the Headless Horseman. Yep, Scooby-Doo beat Tim Burton to adapting the Headless Horseman. Headless Horseman, I will be putting on to A. So, Scooby-Dumb returns, and they're doing a Halloween special. Scooby and the gang are visiting their friend's house for a Halloween party, but the party is attacked by the ghost of the Headless Horseman. Yes, the story of the Headless Horseman is actually a real event which happened in Scooby-Doo. It turns out their friend is related to Ichabod Crane. Her family are the Crane family. They're living in the Crane mansion, and the ghost is haunting them for some reason. It's implied it wants to kill them, but no, it's actually after a necklace that their friend's mother has. This rich old lady has this very expensive, priceless jewel necklace, and it's very obvious the ghost wants the necklace. It's trying to steal it. They have a backstory that the necklace is cursed because the Headless Horseman was after it a long time ago, and it's chasing Scooby and the gang and their friend because it wants it back. They believe that giving the necklace back to this ghost will send it away before it tries to take off their heads. So this is when we get Scooby-Doo meets Sleepy Hollow. Yep. Like why a pumpkin head. That was kind of an iconic look for him, and I assume it was because the Headless Horseman hides his identity. So the only reason why he's not S tier, once again, it is painfully obvious who it is once we get to the halfway point. The Headless Horseman is haunting this mansion, chasing them around. We find out it wants the necklace. Their cousin comes in, clearly a suspicious character. The cousin says he will help save the family by returning the necklace, by donating it back to the public. He takes the necklace, and then when he drives off, he mysteriously disappears, and the horseman comes back with Cousin Elwood's head. And yeah, if you were like me, you figured out exactly who it was then and there. It's Cousin Elwood. Cousin Elwood's their greedy nephew, and he wanted to steal the necklace for himself, using the Horseman legend as a hoax to con it out of them. They adapted the Headless Horseman before Disney? No. Disney did do the animated version. They did a more accurate version on Scooby-Doo, though. No, if you're talking about Scooby-Doo Monsters Unleashed, I remember the villain bar scene. Yeah, the faux ghosts, where all their human villains are now washed up bums and losers hanging out at a bad guy bar. Like, why not Rock Electric is weak to rock like Pikachu can shock Onyx in Pokemon Indigo League? Well, the Black Knight Ghost was technically metal, so he absorbed the electricity. They adapted the Headless Horseman. Alright, read that one. Strange how long it took them to get a Headless Horseman in this, by the way. Yeah, it was kind of weird. I'm shocked Scooby-Doo didn't do the Headless Horseman in the first show, but hey, better late than never. It is so painfully obvious who it is. Yeah, we're tricked into believing the Horseman took Cousin Elwood's head and killed him, and come on, did any of you buy that? No, it's Cousin Elwood. He, like, put flour all over his face to look undead and look like Christopher Walken. He tries to steal the jewels, and we do get an admittedly fun Scooby-Doo chase. He goes to, like, the airport, and we get a plane chase scene. He's, like, trying to take off and flee the country with the necklace, and Scooby and Shaggy accidentally get into a chase scene on the plane. They're like in the sky. Scooby-Dum hilariously tries to save them with a net. A lot of fun antics. So they crash the plane and Scooby-Dum saves everyone with his butterfly net. Yeah, it is really stupid cartoon logic, but yeah, they saved everyone, and surprise, it was Cousin Elwood, because his mask doesn't come off. Yeah, Elwood was actually a greedy bastard, using the legend to con his own family because he's a greedy jerk. So, I did kind of like this monster. Love that Scooby and the gang are fighting the Headless Horseman. That alone made it a very fun selling point. He throws like his jack-o'-lantern head at like a weapon. It's kind of threatening, though loses points when we reach the halfway point where it's obvious who it is once he steals Elwood's head. Gotta go. Bye. See you, Joseph Segala. He's such a pumpkin. They did a really fun Headless Horseman. Yeah, they did. It's a fun Halloween episode. My only problem is it becomes kind of glaringly obvious who it is. I mean, did any of you believe that a Scooby monster actually killed a guy and stole his identity? It could have been the butler. They try setting up the butler as a red herring, but come on, I knew it was not him. The 10,000 volt ghost is also the inspiration for the Phantom Virus. They look so much alike. Yeah, except the Phantom Virus is blue. This one is orange. Also, Daphne became a fairy princess, like why not Catwoman or Poison Ivy? Well, comics were not mainstream yet when Scooby-Doo, the original series, was on the air. Velma dressed as a witch like Bayonetta that also wears glasses. Well, she can't see without them. I like the Headless Horseman and Scooby-Doo the Goblin King. Sorry that you never watched it. Not yet. Daphne and Scrappy, Dynamic, and 13 Ghosts. They're so chill, they get along. They also got along with each other in the new Scooby-Doo and Scrappy show. The one that had that cool Michael Jackson theme. Also, they bring it back in Lego Scooby-Doo Haunted Hollywood. Oh, they did. Okay. Lego Black Knight minifigure when? Whenever Warner Brothers finally sees where the cash is. Also, the deleted scene of Scooby-Doo 2, Monsters Unleashed, in the Monster Hive, and Shaggy kicked his pumpkin head and his body in a wall. Oh, he did? Did that actually happen? Shaggy was too OP, they had to delete that scene too. OP. Yeah, he accidentally stomps on the jack-o'-lantern head, killing the Headless Horseman ghost. Okay, so the Headless Horseman, definitely a fun villain. I'll put him on A just because the coolness factor of the Scooby Gang solving the Headless Horseman caper alone is a fun Halloween story. So we'll put him on A, but he loses a point just because of how obvious who the suspect is. Pretty fun villain though, A. Alright, next is the Ghost of Merlin and the Black Knight Ghost, and this is where the Scooby Gang goes to King Arthur's castle because apparently Shaggy's uncle bought King Arthur's house and had it transported to the States. The Ghost of Merlin, he actually does show up in the theme. I think he's a C tier character, and the Black Knight Ghost, his minion, will be D tier. Yeah, the first Black Knight Ghost was better. This Black Knight, just a plain minion working for the real villain, Merlin. Yeah, Merlin shows up and he tries to share Shaggy's uncle out of the castle to basically steal a treasure and his valuables. I like that they put the alligator in Cyberchase, lol. Gator Ghoul, yeah, he's in there. They should have made a Lego movie / Lego Batman movie style movie on Scooby-Doo, like it's so peak, give me. They did make a Lego Scooby-Doo movie, but it's kind of the CGI one. It looks like the Ninjago animation instead. Okay, so the Ghost of Merlin, I thought he was fine. Not one of my favorite villains. He's okay. The Ghost of Merlin uses dark magic to haunt the castle of King Arthur, and he's basically after a treasure. It's all smoke and mirrors, it's all tricks, and once again, it is kind of obvious who it is once you pay close attention. The big selling point of this episode is the Ghost of Merlin brainwashes Scooby and Shaggy into being evil. And we get evil Scooby and Shaggy trying to murder their friends. New Black Knight, beta nerd, old one my goat, absolutely. The Black Knight Ghost is basically a voiceless minion working with Merlin. He's not as cool as the first Black Knight Ghost. He's basically the right-hand man to the real villain, Merlin. I'm putting him on a D because he barely did anything, and the episode would have played the same without him. Merlin is basically brainwashed Scooby and Shaggy into being evil, and this is the big highlight of the episode. Evil Scooby and Shaggy, they're like trying to murder Fred, Daphne, and Velma all episode, get into wacky antics. They eventually snap them out of the brainwashing, which is the big clue to who's behind this. Who is the Ghost of Merlin and the Black Knight? Merlin is actually a magician. He's this knockoff Zatara guy, and the Black Knight is his assistant. They were both the magic act in the beginning of the episode. They were performers at a restaurant Mystery Inc. was at, and Shaggy and Scoob inadvertently ruined his act and ruined his trick. They're like asked to be volunteers on stage, and he's gonna saw them in half. They accidentally ruined the act and exposed that it was all fake, and the magician like is pissed off at them. It was kind of obvious because the magician, not Zatara, and Merlin have the exact same voice, and Merlin's using like smoke and mirrors and magic tricks to attack people. They tried to do the Bluestone the Great type of twist again, but kind of made it more obvious that Merlin was of course a magician. Also, why are Shaggy's ancestors either evil or messed up? Like, why? Shaggy has very bad luck. Like, why Daphne stay with Scooby-Doo and Shaggy in the new Scooby-Doo and Scrappy-Doo movies? Honestly, because I think they wanted to have girls watching the show again. They realized they didn't have a cool female character. It was all the guys, Shaggy, Scooby, and Scrappy. So they thought they needed the female audience back, so Daphne was the one they chose to come back because a lot of girls look up to her because she's fun, and a lot of guys crushed on her. Daphne is an early waifu back in the day, so yeah, guys really wanted Daphne, so she was definitely the good female character to bring back, and I thought she was more marketable. So why kill Daphne? Since why not kidnap her or mind control her? The ghost clown kinda did that, but the ghosts got their paws on Shaggy and Scooby first because they were easily captured. They defeat the villains with their own magic tricks, and surprise, it was the dick magician from earlier because we hadn't met many suspects in this. The Black Knight was his assistant. He was the guy in the saw in half box. Yeah, basically it was them, and it turns out they got here pretty quickly, especially because they were at the restaurant at the same time as the gang. But yeah, they were trying to rob Shaggy's uncle, and it turns out he kept his valuables hidden in the fridge because he's a Shaggy relative, of course. Yeah, pretty generic monsters. I do not like him. I think this is also him. Honestly, this Wizard of Merlin in the theme looks scarier than how he did in the actual show. Yeah, I'll put him above the regular Merlin. He looks much scarier in the theme song than he did in the actual episode he was featured in. I'll give him a point for that, but still, very generic villains. Pretty generic villains. Scooby-Doo had better magic users and night villains for sure. Absolutely. Isn't they did this plot in the Goblin King? Yeah, they kind of did a similar thing. Daphne was so cool. Yeah, everyone loves Daphne. What's worse for Shaggy, some of his ancestors or his love life? That is kind of hard. I would say his ancestors, because his family has a lot of bad luck. Bad kid both. Take a shot every time Akira messaged Y in his comments. Also, we get Mr. Shagworthy is his New England family member. Yeah, that's him. Yeah, pretty generic villains. Only watch this episode for evil Shaggy and Scooby. They are the funniest in this. So, I'm putting Merlin on C, Black Knight onto D. Speaking of which, here's his ghost. These are also minion characters. Going on to D. Very generic. But now we get to a fan favorite character, the evil insane asylum doctor. The Scooby Gang get lost at Niagara Falls and take refuge at an abandoned insane asylum. This guy is the ghost of the Mad Doctor who once run the asylum, and honestly a pretty creepy villain. I will put him on to... yeah, I'll put him on to A. Okay, so this guy is pretty low-key creepy. He is actually the ghost of a dead guy. There was like this Hugo Strange-esque doctor, or this Dr. Sturgis guy. He was trying to study mind control, like how to get inside somebody's mind, how to control somebody. He practiced like this evil organ and could control his attack dogs. Basically, kind of this unhinged doctor. He tragically passed away, but legend has it that his ghost is still haunting the halls, walking around, trying to complete his research. Yeah, the Mad Doctor was pretty cool. This episode was honestly pretty interesting. The Mad Doctor was actually a real guy who died. He came back as this zombie-looking ghost version of himself to quote-unquote complete his work, but in typical Scooby fashion, there's a hidden villain agenda behind all of this. Really liked how insane this guy is, has that creepy laugh, always has like these warped therapist type of gimmick. Really disturbing monster. My first lunchbox was a Mystery Machine lunchbox growing up. Ah, really cool. New, so Black Knight bad. This one, kind of a dud. Also, Shaggy say bibbidi bobbidi boo as a reference to Cinderella. Yep, he did. Yeah, Scooby and Daphne danced together. She also danced with Fred and Shaggy and even Velma. Dr. Coffin is before the lights out haunting hour ghost doctor. Yeah, that's who he reminded me of. This is kind of Dr. Sturgis from the haunting hour, but on Scooby-Doo. Mad Doctor committed insane experiments. They uncover like his lab. He had like a whole laboratory where the roof could come off to a building. He like needed moonlight for like a magnifying glass project. He mind controlled dogs. Really unsettling villain, all things considered. So who was the Mad Doctor? Well, in a surprise twist, it turned out to be the Canadian Mountie. Yeah, it was actually this officer the gang meets earlier. The gang get lost driving in the woods, and this mysterious Mountie comes along. He's a Canadian police officer. He gives them directions, and we find out the doctor was actually the Mountie all along. They have like an obvious red herring. Dr. Coffin's bizarre assistant. He's like this eccentric old guy acting creepy and mysterious. But no, he was asleep all episode. And the Mountie was actually a corrupt cop. He was using the legend to scare away people from his smuggling operation. Like, it turns out they were using the asylum as a front to transport stolen gold across the border. Yeah, we see a couple of henchmen are disguised as doctors carting people out of the morgue. It turns out these aren't people. These are gold. They're like gold bricks lined up to look like a corpse they're taking in patients, but no. They're smuggling gold through the abandoned asylum, and he was using Dr. Sturgis' legend to scare people off. The gang foil him and defeat him on this minecart chase, unmasking that was actually the corrupt cop using his position and the ghost legend to get away with this. Yep, he's a smuggler. Officer Oldfield. Yeah, that was him. Also, Velma says Jinkies like that Daphne Blake catchphrase. Daphne says Jeepers. Mad Doctor was evil. What's so tragic about his death? Come on. Well, the assistant does mention that the doctor did try to help people. He was trying to use his science for good at one point. You can never tell with Canadians. They are for the length of Geneva Conventions. P.S. No offense to Canadians, it's a joke. Yep, it was an evil Canadian trying to steal American gold, which, funny twist. I'll give the doctor this. This was definitely an unsettling idea for a monster. They gave him a very deep, layered backstory. The asylum is a creepy setting, and this evil doctor, Dr. Coffin, was definitely a creepy villain. He was there in the background, he's acting suspicious, has this insane, like, Dr. Sturgis type of character. I'll put him on to A because he was definitely a cool character. Speaking of, next is the no-face zombie chase. We have two villains in this episode, the no-face zombie and the gorilla. I actually did think the zombie was cool. We'll put him onto B, but the gorilla gone on to D. Yeah, the gorilla, not so hot. Okay, so these are two villains in the same episode. The Scooby Gang go to a toy factory. A priceless coin is stolen from a museum, like a jewelry store, by this zombie without a face. A zombie broke into a jewelry store and stole this valuable gold coin, and the police can't find anyone. It's like one of the first episodes where the Scooby-Doo are following a legit crime. Like, they do tell us the ghosts stole this coin, and the police have no leads, no suspects. It turns out this no-face zombie is stealing this coin and going back to a toy company to hide there and give the coin to its master. The true villain is dressed as this killer gorilla thing. Gold. Yeah, no-face zombie and the heck a gorilla. Yeah, it's weird. Out of nowhere, there's this killer gorilla in the episode. The Scooby Gang are trying to find the no-face zombie. Scooby manages to steal the coin thanks to his magic tricks. They swipe the coin and try to get away and give it back to the police as the zombie chases them. Then, out of nowhere, this gorilla steps out, and it's a villain too. There are two ghosts in this episode. A big-ass gorilla. There is no backstory for this thing. A gorilla just comes out and chases them. And the no-face zombie, who is this featureless thief trying to get their claws on the coin. The Scooby Gang goes to a toy factory, get into wacky antics, for the first time actually get in trouble for trying to break and enter into this factory. And basically, the CEOs mysteriously disappear, and the gang try to get their way out of this toy store, trying to dodge the zombie, and get into wacky toy company-related antics. Yeah, the gorilla came in the last few minutes, lol. The faceless zombie at least looked kind of cool. Yeah, it was a pretty cool design. It's this zombie without a face. It does look kind of creepy, like one of Scary Mary's cultists. It wears this pink cloak, has these claw-like hands. I know they're kind of cut off here. It turns out the faceless zombie is not a person, it's a robot. Yeah, the Scooby Gang get into a chase scene, and they actually crash into the no-face zombie and break him apart, revealing he was a robot. The true villain was the controller, the gorilla. The gorilla kind of came out of nowhere, and it's this really goofy comic relief villain. Yeah, for those of you who thought I wasn't hard enough on the ape man from the Scooby-Doo Where Are You show, this gorilla, much more goofier, much more non-threatening. The ape is kind of this stupid brute character, gets into a lot of comic relief antics, like they accidentally whack him with a door, run him over with like a forklift, and Scooby and Shaggy get into a chase scene with the gorilla driving a car. Really crazy stuff. It's hilarious, but man, this monster is just plain weird. So, who was the true mastermind? Well, it was one of the toy company CEOs. I think it was Mr. Dally, one of the Dilly Dally brothers of the toy company. Yeah, they're at like Dilly Dally Dolly Toy Company. There's Mr. Dilly, Mr. Dally. It was actually his partner. He used the toy company to manufacture the no-face zombie to be his own personal droid servant. The zombie was the one who was supposed to steal the coin and leave no trace of evidence that it would lead to him. The zombie was supposed to give the coin to him, but then Mystery Inc. interfered, forcing him to become a killer gorilla, where they had a two-monster chase scene. The zombie gets destroyed, it's ran over and broken, and the gorilla gets comedically captured by Scooby and Shaggy on a forklift. And yeah, it was one of the CEOs. He wanted to steal this valuable coin because I guess his toy company wasn't making him enough money. Like, why couldn't there be two faceless zombies, one robotic and the other the villain? Exactly. There should have been, like, two zombies. He could have been a gorilla zombie, if anything, but it is so out of nowhere. There's a gorilla in this episode, even though the no-face zombie is kind of the heavy doing all the main work. Okay, it was Mr. Dilly. Okay, thank you. Why isn't my new knight in this peak? Because he wasn't that good. The faceless zombie was pretty cool because there's a freaking faceless zombie slash ghoul. Also, no face zombie have a cat. He like chased off a cat. Oh, it was Mr. Dally. Okay. I hate gorillas. Why indeed, Akira? Why, it's just silly. Why is his catchphrase at this point? Yeah, Akira asks why a lot, but he's curious. It's okay. So, the gorilla, not a good monster because it comes out of nowhere, and honestly, it's used for comic relief. They should have had 2 zombies. Like, they could have said they were, like, selling zombie toys, because the no-face zombie was an animatronic being worked on at this place. But yeah. The zombie had a cool design, but ended up being the flunky for a different villain, and the main boss, not very good. Reminds me of Emperor Grum and Omni, how Omni was not that great a villain, and Grum kind of outclassed him. The zombie clearly better, but ends up being just a robot to the gorilla, and the gorilla was a lamer villain. This one's going on D, but the zombie will put onto B because he was alright. Alright, next is... oh boy, Mamba Wamba. Yeah, we have multiple villains in this episode. The Scooby Gang help a rock band. Yeah, they help this weird band. It turns out like they're friends with the bandmates. The band forms a new song, which is a voodoo chant, pissing off the spirit of Mamba Wamba. Mamba Wamba, honestly going on to B. I was not impressed by this villain. We also have his henchmen. We bring back the zombie, who's given a redesign. This zombie, I'll put him on to B, but the zombie girl, she's going on to C. Yeah, these are his 2 henchmen. Mamba Wamba puts a voodoo hex on one of the bandmates, this girl here. She was a part of the band that made the voodoo chant into a song, and he casts a brainwashing spell on her, turning her into a voodoo zombie, and we have the basically redesigned of the zombie from Which Witch's Witch comes back. They give him no eyes. It is definitely a creepy design, but come on, this is just the zombie from Where Are You? These 2 are basically his henchmen. Mamba Wamba attacks this band and threatens to turn them all into zombies unless they sign the rights of their song over to him. Yeah, it is kind of a weird story. A villain trio led by Mamba Wamba. Sadly generic, unfortunately. Fully agree. Just not really impressive villains. Mamba Wamba is not that well designed a villain. He kind of looks like a ghost of Dalsim, which does make me laugh a little. They kind of make these villains suffer a lot of comedic antics, which did take away the scare factor massively. So, Scooby and this band basically go to a haunted house somewhere in, like, the swamp, and they want to help the band get through the night, only for Mamba Wamba and his zombie gang to strike, picking off the band members one by one, leaving voodoo dolls as, like, a warning in their place. So, who is Mamba Wamba? Well, in another painfully obvious reveal, it turns out the girl was actually evil. She is playing a ghost version of herself. This girl bandmate sold out and is working with the real villain. The zombie is just some random henchman. Kind of disappointing, all things considered. But the mastermind, Mamba Wamba, is their agent. Yeah, really, their agent turned to the dark side and was trying to con the rights of the Mamba Wamba song out of this band, using the ghost hoax to scare them into signing a contract. Yeah, it is a very peculiar episode, all things considered. Mamba Wamba was like their agent, and he was trying to scam his own band into selling the rights of the song so he could make all the money, and he had their girl member of the band in on the scam. It is a bizarre episode, and it doesn't help that the evil zombies of Mamba Wamba are comedically humiliated all throughout this episode. She looks like a ghost. She's supposed to be like a brainwash zombie, going for voodoo zombie in this version, so she didn't die. Like, black eyes are scary. Yeah, his face was much scarier than how it was in Where Are You? Give me those rights, son, says Mamba Wamba calmly. Really, Scooby Gang, your friend is evil and you're not gonna react to it. Yeah, the girl member, she turned evil, she sold out and joined the agent in basically a scam. And yeah, that's what this was all about. Mamba Wamba wanted to own the rights to his song, and Yeah, they defeat them comedically. The Scooby Gang tricks all three of them. Mamba Wamba has a lot of cartoonish moments. He has like these funny, goofy, evil faces. A lot of bizarre acting from the voice actor too. Really goofy villain, all things considered. The zombie and girl also get comedically humiliated. They get duped by a frog. The zombie is like wearing a dress at one point. Really stupid. It is a generic ass episode. Yeah, they expose them, trap them, and reveal that the band still own the rights to the song, and now they're gonna make a killing selling this classic Mamba Wamba song. Honestly, if you listen to the song, the Mamba Wamba song was not very good. It was kind of weird. It goes for like kind of this beatnik type of rhythm. It did not sound good, so I think it was kind of a mistake going to prison to steal the rights to this song anyway, but yeah. Mamba Wamba, very generic villain. These were not very good antagonists, but believe it or not, the girl actually returned in a Scooby-Doo movie. The girl zombie came back in Scooby-Doo Franken Creepy. Franken Creepy was a weird movie too. Basically, all these past Scooby-Doo villains unite and try to get revenge on the gang for sending them to prison, and the girl is actually in the Franken Creepy movie. She's the one who tricks Daphne into thinking she's fat. She like gives her a dress that has a fat suit in it, and Daphne apparently believes she's gained a ton of weight and is now morbidly obese, and basically they try to gaslight Daphne into thinking she's ugly. Franken Creepy was also a weird movie. Only band that we love are the Hex Girls. Yep, we do. Did she make Daphne Blake feel fat, but she feel air? Yeah, this was kind of a stupid plot point. Daphne is tricked into wearing a fat suit. She's given a dress that has the fat suit in it, and Daphne apparently believes she's now morbidly obese. This girl was basically tricking her and gaslighting Daphne. She was a part of the villain posse trying to get revenge. She's like there with Mr. Magnus, the ghost of old Iron Face, and I'm trying to remember who else was involved, but yeah, a bunch of past villains, and the Mamba Wamba girl was one of them. She had a really stupid plot point, honestly. Yeah, apparently Daphne never needed to take off the dress to go to the bathroom or shower. She like wore it for like a friggin' week. Also, Shaggy breaks the fourth wall when he looked at Scooby-Doo moving to the music, then he looks at the viewers. Is this dog for real? Yeah, the zombie girl was in Franken Creepy. She was. Yeah, she was there. She's a part of the villain lineup. That was her? Yeah, that was her. This is the girl on Franken Creepy. She's the one that gives Daphne the fat suit dress. This is her. She was from the Mamba Wamba episode, which honestly made it more weird. She's not even the main villain. She's the henchwoman of Mamba Wamba in this episode, but they brought her back because I guess they wanted a hot chick character. That movie was stupid. Yeah, it was. It was really weird. They like brainwashed Velma into becoming evil because she's related to Victor Frankenstein, apparently. Maybe her shellfish allergy. That would have made more sense. Daphne is really gonna listen to her old evil friends. Well, she didn't know it was her. She was like disguised as like this fashionista shopkeeper. They're like in this Romanian village, and all of the past Scooby villains were like posing as characters in the movie. The girl from the Mamba Wamba episode, she was disguised as like this fashionista saleswoman and sold Daphne the hottest dress, pretty much tricking her. They didn't realize it was her until the unmasking came. Okay, so, yeah, Mamba Wamba and his zombie crew, not that great villains. They're going on generic slots. B for these two, C for the girl, because it was obviously her the entire time. Alright, next let's get to a good villain, the demons. Yeah, Scooby-Doo encounters demons from hell. This is the demon of San Francisco, who's honestly going on to A tier. Yeah, how funny is it? Scooby and the gang combat real demons who look like Satan in this. The Scooby Gang go to San Francisco, where there's a monster afoot. Apparently, these demons escaped from hell and are going on a rampage across San Francisco, terrorizing the citizens. So the Scooby Gang investigate to solve this mystery, finding out what else there's more to these demons than meets the eye. I honestly am kind of impressed by these creatures because, like, that looks like Satan. They look like full-blown demons. Apparently Queen Banshira used to live in this town. They stole my peak night girl waifu. Finally, back to good monsters. The demon was pretty awesome. Yeah, I really liked him. The demon are these literally satanic demons, like from Lightspeed Rescue. I guess Queen Banshira lived in this town because they look like they'd be from her generals. The demons lived here, and there's actually a very funny backstory behind these things. So, in the early days when they were constructing the town here in California, they accidentally dug so deep they dug into hell, where the demons escaped. The demons are these scary feral monsters that burn everything they touch. Like, they have fire gloves, everything that touches basically melts. They're like melting steel girders, melting through objects, and are these hissing monstrous demons that cause hellfire to follow everywhere they go. Really cool designs, really creepy monsters, and they're always like doing this hissing, like definitely feral savage monsters. They are really creepy. So the show tries to trick you into believing there's multiple demons, but no, there actually is one. They're making it seem like there's an army of these things taking over San Francisco, looting and robbing places. Apparently the demons were sealed away by this Zatara-looking magician guy, this magical hero, scared the demons off and sent them packing into hell, where they were locked up with this giant safe lid placed over hell. Pretty funny. Yeah, get Queen Banshira out here. Since it have the Space Needle. It did. They were like at a restaurant in the Space Needle. Yeah, okay, they're in Seattle. My mistake. They stole my peak night girl waifu. How did no one recognize her? She was just wearing a headband. Well, she had zombie makeup on her. She pretended she was dead, but no, she wasn't. We could have had a gender swap Black Knight, but no. Yep, they were afraid. Daphne's really gonna... Yeah, she didn't listen to her. She was tricked. Yeah, they look like Queen Banshira's Demon Council. This is like Loki and Diabolico, but in red. Okay, so, yeah, apparently these demons used to live here. Okay, it was Seattle, my mistake. I thought it was San Francisco because they have the trolleys there. There is like a trolley system, a train chase. The demons, pretty vicious monsters. They can fly, they can burn objects. They're clearly like feral monsters, which added a very creepy level to them, and everywhere they go there's like smoke from the hellfire. We find out this is all like a smoke screen. The gang meet various characters here in like this fishing village, like the construction boss. They meet this couple who owns like a bar and a hotel. Really odd episode. They find out there's actually a wax museum in the underground abandoned side of town. The new town was built over the old town, and the demons have been using it as like a tunnel system to basically rob places and steal from under people using secret passages of the old city. Chat, hear me out. Gender swap Black Knight would be peak. Yeah, sure Bodhi would like that. Also, Daphne Blake gets kidnapped by the steam demon and stuffed inside a grand piano. Yep, danger-prone Daphne did it again. She gets abducted. Like the hellfire in my soul. Hellfire. The demon is based on Dungeons & Dragons Pit Fiend. Okay. Back in the day, trolleys were more common in all of the US. Okay, that fooled me. I know San Francisco still has them, so it did kind of trick me because the trolleys apparently do go outside of the underground city. Okay, so after many wacky antics, they actually dupe the demon into running away, and this episode kind of has a more weird climax. They unmask who it is early. Who was the demon? It was actually the longshoreman from earlier. And the longshoreman was actually the construction head. Yeah, he was apparently a master of disguise criminal who was stealing from underneath the city using the demon and the system of tunnels of the old city. He actually doesn't go out dressed as a demon. That Scooby accidentally finds his treasure chest and finds all the stolen gold he and his I think his girlfriend took. He has a female partner helping him. They're using their shop as a front. It's really where they're hiding all their loot. They find out that the longshoreman was the demon because Scooby broke open his chest and finds the gold and of course the demon suit under there. And honestly, I always found this part kind of anticlimactic. They're chasing him, and it turns out he's disguised as the longshoreman. He's actually a master criminal, and was dressing as multiple people to throw the Scooby Gang off. Kind of a weird climax, all things considered, but the demon monster, really awesome, really wicked, very scary too. This was a much more vicious and groundbreaking monster for Scooby-Doo, so I'll put it onto A. Back in my day. And is this was the scrapped Lightspeed Rescue Demon, since Scooby-Doo will sue them, or maybe get a crossover, but didn't happen. Scooby-Doo meets Power Rangers would be fun, but probably unlikely since they're owned by different companies. Yeah, Sam Crenshaw, that was his name. We could have the right to Lightspeed Rescue could crossover? Yeah, Scooby-Doo meets Lightspeed Rescue. The demons do kind of look like they'd fit in with Queen Banshira's gang. Yeah, I'll put them on A. Really awesome. Scooby-Doo had practically a Satan demon on here, so that immediately makes it cool. So, awesome monster for sure. Alright, getting into some lame villains. I think we should also kick off Mamba Wamba from the theme song. Exactly like Merlin, he looks more creepy and awesome in the theme song. Yeah, I think this is supposed to be Mamba Wamba, but much with a different design. This is the monster from the theme song, so no mystery surrounding him, but yeah. This is what Mamba Wamba almost would have looked like until we saw what he was in the actual cartoon, and yeah, look at these two. It is a complete downgrade. I think it looked creepier in the theme song, so I'll put him higher above his counterpart, but yeah, it's still Mamba Wamba. Scooby-Doo cosplayer in Universal Studio. I see he did Gator Ghoul. I remember in Cyber Chase where both Scoobies tried to remove its face, only to learn that the monsters were real. Yeah, because they're in a video game. The Ghost Bowl. Alright, next episode, the Scooby Gang goes to Daphne's uncle's ranch in New Mexico or Arizona, only to come across another witch doctor and a ghost bull. So, this episode is kind of a rehash of Decoy for a Dog Napper, but upgraded. The ghost bull is like Geronimo, and there's another Native American witch doctor in this, and a really bizarre villain scheme in this one. So, we'll do the Ghost Bull first, because this is technically the main villain of the episode. The Ghost Bull, I'll put onto A. Unfortunately, I can't say the same for the other two. The Witch Doctor, definitely better than the Dog Napper Witch Doctor, but not by much. He'll be going on to C. And we also have the twist villain, Cow. Yep, got our first F tier monster, Cow, going on to F for failure. Okay, so there are technically multiple monsters in this episode, but they're all connected together. The Scooby Gang goes to Daphne's ranch, and the ranch is being haunted by a ghost bull. There's this evil bull that's in the sky chasing cars away, attacking people. It's allegedly commanded by this witch doctor. The witch doctor, I did not find that impressive. I'm putting him onto C. But there's also the Cow. Believe me, we'll get to that. Okay, so the Scooby Gang goes to Daphne's uncle's ranch. They find out that their cattle are disappearing. Daphne's uncle is sad because the ranch might be at risk of losing business. There's a ghost haunting the area, and the Scooby Gang, of course, try to investigate and help Daphne's uncle save his ranch. We meet some colorful characters, wacky suspects. There's a very obvious villain suspect, like this rival cow rancher who, threatens the gang. We meet, the staff who work at the ranch, the farmhands, the cook, and Daphne's uncle. Daphne's uncle kind of disappears, in the first act of the episode. The ghost bull takes him. So, the Scooby Gang finds out The villain scheme is they're stealing from Daphne's ranch. They're stealing their cattle and their livestock, and that's how it's happening. The ghosts are using the spirits as a front to scare Daphne's uncle and think something supernatural is happening, but it's really rustlers. They're actually rustling up the cattle and stealing from under the uncle, using these ghosts as a smokescreen to hide their evil villain scheme. A cow, really, Scooby-Doo? A cow, yeah. A gorilla was bad enough, but a cow? Yep, our first F tier, the cow. So, there's multiple villains. So, after a funny chase, who is it? Well, the ghost bull is actually a helicopter built like a bull, which, yeah, I found weird even back then. It's actually a helicopter shaped like a bull, and not sure how they made the propeller disappear and made it transparent, but yeah, it's actually a helicopter being piloted by the witch doctor. The witch doctor is the cook. It was actually the cook working on the ranch. He was secretly spying on Daphne's uncle and helping them from the inside, and we meet the true villain, the cow. Yeah, it's stupid. The cow is actually the one stealing the cattle. I kid you not, it's the rival cowboy who lives next door. He's trying to steal and rustle up the cattle, trying to steal them from the owner by disguising himself as a cow and guiding the herd away from Daphne's uncle's ranch. Yeah, it is weird and weirdly stupid, too. Yeah, he dresses as a cow, pretends to be a part of the herd, and guides them off of the uncle's land and into his own so he can have them rebranded as his own. The cow is the mastermind, and yeah, this is our first F. I mean, look at this thing. It looks so goofy. It's a cow. A talking cow is the true mastermind behind all of this. Yeah, the witch doctor was just a minion, and the bull was a machine built to look like a monster. The cow is the real villain. The cow, what kind of monster is that? Like, why? Well, it's the evil cowboy next door. He's disguising himself as a part of the herd, because they needed a twist when it was painfully obviously him. Yeah, he dresses up as a cow and lures the herd away as, like, the alpha cow, I guess. And Shaggy and Scooby accidentally get roped into this. They try to hide as a cow and get dragged along. There's a funny chase scene. The bull is kind of anticlimactically defeated. They, like, tie the helicopter to a rope and chain, and it can't take off anymore. The witch doctor, like, sort of falls out of it. We find out the witch doctor was Daphne, one of the ranch hands. He was the cook on the ranch. He was spying on Daphne's uncle and helping them from the inside, while the cow was the one stealing all the cattle. Hey, old cat. Hey, Miku. Like, why steal her family's cattle? Like, they are other cows on other farms. Well, I guess they were jealous that Daphne's uncle was more successful of a farmer than they were. I guess their cattle or cow weren't breeding as well, so they needed to steal more. Hey, witch doctor, give us the magic words. Velma lost her glasses. Yeah, of course she did. Is it weird that no matter where the gang go, there's always a mystery? They point that out in Alien Invaders. Nothing personal, you just know too much. And Fred's like, yeah, that's always our problem. Yeah, they even kind of point out how everywhere they go, bad luck follows them. And yeah, this episode was very similar to the dog napping, but with cows. At least the ghost bull was effective, unlike the shaman and the cow. Yeah, we got a cow. A cow is the twist villain in this, and it is painfully obvious who it is. Yeah, it's the dick cowboy they met earlier. Casey Kasem also voices the suspicious cowboy, and he does not change his voice when he wears the cow hood. So yeah, you kind of guess easily who it was. Alright, so I will say it was better than the Dog Napper episode on the whole level, but come on, a cow as the villain, that is F tier. Witch Doctor, alright, we'll put on a C, just kind of generic. And the Ghost Bull, this was definitely the peak villain, the MVP. We'll put it on to A. but it still got defeated kind of anticlimactically. They just tie the helicopter down and it doesn't take off, rendering the cow powerless. Yeah, put it on an A. Easily the best one. The fake cow, that one's an F for sure. Yeah, the horrible herd was better. Alright, let's talk about a good villain. Let's do the Shark God. The Scooby Gang go to SeaWorld again, and actually fight an aquatic monster this time. The Shark God. This one actually might go on to S tier. Yeah, I really like shark villains, and this one absolutely stood out. The Shark God was really creepy. Basically, it's this king shark kind of character, half shark, half man. The Scooby Gang goes to the aquarium of the Pacific, I think, and stumble upon what else? A mystery. So, exactly like the caveman episode, the shark god is found in like this block of ice and is taken to be an exhibit and studied by scientists at like this SeaWorld area. It is kind of a rehash of the caveman episode, but actually getting a monster appropriately fitting of the setting. The shark god, really creepy, really vicious. It's basically King Shark, I would say, in animation. He's this man with shark appendages, obviously the shark head and fin, has like webbed hands, webbed feet, is clearly using a diving suit to go under the water. Scooby Gang investigate the mystery at SeaWorld, and the shark god is kind of creepy. It's like this vicious, creepy looking feral monster, and it's like diving in tanks, blending in with the sea, like watching the gang from under the water. Really inventive stuff. And now we're back to the epic monsters. Sharks are actually scary, unlike cows. Hey, Jon Snow, you made it. You missed us talk about the 10,000 volt ghost. So, I actually do kind of like Shark, the shark god. Sharks are already kind of creepy monsters, and they definitely do a good job with this one. The shark god proved to be so popular, they actually brought it back on the Scooby-Doo movies, the TV show with the guest stars. The shark also comes back to chase Sunny and Cher. Yeah, that was a weird episode. Hey, Jon Snow. How the herd even understand him? Also, how would the original brand belonging to Daphne's uncle disappear? The brand would still be there. You see, Bat Kid, in the episode, the brands on the cow kind of look alike. And apparently the rival cowboy shaped his brand to look slightly like Daphne's uncle's brand. They like brand over the brand the cattle already have to make it seem like it seamlessly looks like their logo instead. It was like kind of shaped exactly the same, but with some other marks added. It was actually a sea monster and not a caveman because it didn't fit in the SeaWorld theme. No, it didn't. Yeah, Demon Shark. It's Aqualand. Aqualand. Okay, Aqualand. That's what it was called, but come on, it's like clearly SeaWorld. So, the shark is, I kid you not, running this bizarre jewelry smuggling scheme. It's trying to steal pearls and using SeaWorld as a front. All these pearls are hidden in oysters and clams in one of these SeaWorld tanks. He like fed all the clams and oysters these pearls, had them planted into SeaWorld, and is trying to smuggle them back into his way. Who was the shark god? Well, he's the custodian at SeaWorld. Yeah, we meet some colorful suspects. There's like military guys, scientists, and the creepy janitor. And big shock, it was the creepy janitor. The custodian guy reveals he invented like this secret compartment kind of drawer. It's like a drawer with different compartments you could place stuff in. He used the shark god to break into like a military base and steal all these pearls and jewelry. He was mailed with the shark demon statue, was underneath the crate that carried it. He broke into the military and stole all these valuable artifacts, and then snuck back into the crate that was going to SeaWorld. He hid them in clams and would use the shark demon outfit to fish them out. Yeah, it is kind of weird. They do foreshadow it earlier. He's like showing the gang his weird drawer that opens up from multiple sides, and it's the big clue of how he actually hid inside the shark god's crate itself. Yeah, S shark monster fit in the aquarium, absolutely. Yeah, Mr. Wells, that was his name. Alright, just catch up on comments. Yeah, so he was actually the creepy janitor trying to steal pearls and using his SeaWorld job as a front, dressed up as a shark demon to try and get them back. He almost succeeded, if not for those meddling kids, and they stop him with a weird fishing net. There's like this funny chase. Scooby and the shark demon get hooked on the net, and they use the crane to splash him until he lets go, and he gets caught like in a raft slash a makeshift net. It was a pretty funny episode. Love the aquarium setting. The Scooby Gang unmask him and expose that he was an evil person, actually a pro thief posing as the janitor and shark demon. And yeah, the monster really cool. Sharks are already really creepy villains, so a walking human shark hybrid is already S tier to me. Fun fact, dolphins are more dangerous than sharks, despite sharks looking scarier. P.S. Sharks are still dangerous. Yeah, dolphins are more aggressive, but I guess because Steven Spielberg's Jaws was popular, sharks became horror icons for a long time, and the Scooby Gang did not fail in that department in making a scary shark monster. This should have been the villain of the Haunting Hours pool shark. This is what Mana Ue should have really been, this creepy-ass shark man. Shark man going on to S tier for sure. Sharks are total S tier ranking monsters. Like, feel like they should have done that in Deep Trouble with the shark demon design. Yeah, true. This should have been the pool shark monster. I will fight you on that. This is what Nana Ue should have looked like. Really cool shark man design. Really like him. He'll go on to S tier. He was so cool that they actually brought him back on the new Scooby-Doo movies, the one where they meet Sonny and Cher. They bring back the shark, and now this time he has a pack of sharks. It is unrelated to this show, but yeah, they reused the design because it was so cool. Alright, so Shark Demon S tier. Alright, gotta use the restroom, but if you guys want to cast your vote on who you want to see next, go ahead. We might do the C guys next if you want to go in order, but if you want a monster up ahead, cast your vote now. I'll be right back. We're back, gang. What'd you guys vote for? Might as well stay in order. Okay, the Mantis to honor Manny the Mantis. Yep, R.I.P. Manny. You died a hero. The Scooby-Doo show, basically, Where Are You, but under a different name. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, people wants to continue in order. Alright. We'll do the Sea Monster Gang. Yep, we got another one with 3 monsters. The Ghost of Jack Sparrow, the Seaweed Monster, and the Octopus Monster. And honestly, these guys were never my favorite. I'm gonna put all 3 of them onto C. Yeah, I'll put them under the girl at least. Yeah, Captain Jack Sparrow, the Seaweed Monster, and the Octopus Man. Yeah, once again, the gang go out to sea. They're on like I believe a student internship for like class. They're on like this research boat, and allegedly they're ghosts who haunt these waters. The Scooby Gang are in the Bermuda Triangle, where mysterious things happen, including mysteries. And allegedly, these 3 are monsters from the Bermuda Triangle. We have, like, Captain Jack Sparrow's ghost, a seaweed monster, and an octopus man. And once again, it is so painfully obvious who these monsters are because there is a limit on the suspects. Yeah, they were kind of forgettable. Also, Velma was a Girl Scout as a kid. She did admit that. Also, the characters are fish puns. Yep, they are. So, very forgettable monsters. This episode, not bad, but also not very compelling. The Scooby Gang are in the Bermuda Triangle in this episode. They go again for the Skeleton Men episode, but yeah. They're doing like research with this French professor and his crew. There's a very small number of suspects. It's so obvious who it is. Who are the monsters? Well, we meet the professor and his first mate and his two best friends. And yeah, if you didn't know it was the first mate and his best friends, congratulations, this is your first ever Scooby-Doo episode. Yeah, we meet his first mate who believes the ghosts are real and they're in danger, and he and his two best friends who never get any lines or personality all want to leave, and they mysteriously disappear when they depart, and shocker, it was the three of them. Why? They were like stealing treasure. It turns out they're like studying a crashed boat, and the first mate and his best friends know there's treasure in this boat. They're using the ghost to steal the treasure and scare people away, to basically hide their crime, like every Scooby monster. It's so obvious there aren't that many side characters in the episode. Exactly. It is painfully obvious who it is. I would put them on lower, but honestly, they weren't that bad design-wise. They definitely had a unique design. I like the Ghost Sea Captain, the octopus and seaweed monster especially. The seaweed monster would get his design recycled for a few characters in the old shows, but honestly, they were fine. The problem is very generic. They're just ghosts at sea haunting the ocean area, and that's really all there is. They get into wacky antics. The Scooby Gang tricks them by trapping them in like one of the diving spheres. They have like pods that go underwater. They were supposed to go there to study the ship. They managed to trap them in it, and surprise, it was the first mate and his two best friends who had like one line each. Yeah, painfully obvious. Sorry, not much to say, just busy. That's okay, Miku, we're not on a good villain anyway. Yeah, like Captain Pescado, too bad they didn't have a Dr. Deep in this episode. Yeah, too bad. Also, no Matt Krill or Deep to fit the fish pun. Tragically, no. Kelp monster. Okay, basically another slime monster. Yeah, they kind of made it easier to draw, so it looks like more of a slime monster than a bush monster. Yeah, it's so painfully obvious. I found them forgettable, not very impressive monsters. Honestly, there could have been just one sea monster and this episode would have played the exact same. And yeah, very generic. They didn't do anything, not that much interesting backstory, and a very basic bitch Scooby-Doo plot. They wanted to steal treasure and use the monster disguises to get away with it. Yeah, C-tier monsters, very forgettable. Not the worst ever, but also nothing too special. So let's talk about some good monsters. The Rambling Ghost. I love this monster. The ghost football player actually is gonna go up to S tier. I really love this guy's design. We meet the Rambling Ghost. I think he is a much better version than the ghost baseball player from What's New Scooby-Doo. I found this guy's design and his performance really creepy. The Scooby Gang go back to college. They're having like their college football game, and just when like a record is about to be broken, they're attacked by the ghost of a deceased football player. The football player is haunting the area and makes the star quarterback and another player mysteriously disappear, telling them that telling them to like evacuate the school and to stop this game, and yeah, basically haunting the college campus until the Scooby Gang foil his schemes. If they were trying to scare people away, why was the Scooby Gang invited in the first place and not invited them? They didn't realize they hired the best mystery solvers on board the school trip. Also, why are the monsters featured in the intro here? I have no idea, but they're on this tier list. I just placed them on anyway. Look like a diet football zombie from Plant vs. Zombies. So I actually do like this guy's design. He's basically this decaying zombie skeleton in a tattered football uniform. He has like a skull face, I know it's hard to see, has like these bony arms and legs, has like a football uniform that's partially ripped and tattered, like he's been dead and buried for a long time. He's called the Rambling Ghost because that's like a football term. He doesn't talk a lot, but yeah. Really like the skeleton football player look. This design was so good that he actually does appear in the Scooby-Doo 2 movie. And they used his base design for The Mystery Begins. Like, remember when the ghosts, like, take over the football mannequins? Yeah, one of them was designed to look like him. Sport ghosts are a mixed bag in Scooby-Doo, but when they work, they really work, and this one really works. Yeah, I really love him because he looks like he's like basically a dead football player. He even has the old-fashioned football helmet, the leathery-looking helmets that didn't do much protection, sadly, back then. Looks like he was actually, like, in a football-related accident, which gave him a lot more personality. The Scooby Gang are at, like, college campus, trying to find a football player who disappeared. This player was seemingly abducted by the ghost, and the gang want to find and rescue him. It turns out the campus was built over an old school campus. The Rambling Ghost is using it as like his base. There's an abandoned football field, an abandoned office, and yeah, the ghost is using a tunnel system to fake their disappearances. He apparently hacked into like the school mascot. They have like a flying animatronic eagle. It flew over and picked up the quarterback and abducted him, and another football player was taken down like a trap door. It made it look like he disappeared. At least the football ghost doesn't do football puns, unlike the baseball ghost and his puns. Yeah. The Wonder Ball is a parody of the Super Bowl. Yeah, it is. At least we didn't have a basketball player or a tennis player ghost. No, but we'd eventually get a skateboarder ghost and a pup named Scooby-Doo. Yeah, this one really worked for me. Just realized that the people who dress like the ghosts of the dead people, aren't they disrespectful towards them? Yeah, they kind of are. We find out there's more to this ghost than meets the eye. Funny chase scenes, a lot of sports humor. The Scooby Gang runs into a locker room, fight him with footballs. Basically, this guy's trying to abduct the star players. We find out there's more to him than meets the eye. We meet some colorful characters, like some sketchy football players, some weird teachers, some coaches, some rivals who don't like the other players, and mysterious characters working in the background like a night janitor and this teacher who doesn't like sports. Weird, a lot of suspects in this one. So, who was the Rambling Ghost? It was actually the old sports announcer. He was like an electrician working like in the scoreboard area. It was the old scoreboard operator, except he wasn't really the old scoreboard operator. It's a double twist. He was actually a former football coach who was laid off by the school. He was sabotaging the school's football team to get back at them for firing him. Yeah, the Rambling Ghost was a disgruntled ex-employee who was trying to sabotage the school's chances at winning a football championship. Yeah, out of petty revenge, he was a laid-off worker trying to get back at the office without, shooting them up. Pretty great twist, I would say, because we do see hints of this guy. He's like in a photo that the gang find. He's like living in the old office, and in a twist it's kind of teased that this is what used to be his office when he was in charge of the football team. So this guy was foreshadowed earlier, and it's a fun double twist because he was actually posing as the ghost and a scoreboard operator, pretending he was working with the school and hiding under their nose the whole time. We did get a ghost baseball player in What's New. Yeah, I referenced that. Yep, it's a revenge scene for the villain. Buck Bender is the villain. Yeah, that's his name. Also, the Rambling Ghost's number is Jason's number. Yep, Unlucky 13, which made him a lot more funner because he has the bad curse number. Hey Blaze Hopper, what did I miss? We're on the Rambling Ghost right now, finishing up the Season 1 villain soon, but yeah, I really love the Rambling Ghost. Really cool design, love the skeleton in a football uniform, and those creepy red eyes, and his basically bloodlust and trying to take out the rival football players, and of course a lot of wacky Scooby chase scenes. They defeat him by putting a inflatable football up his shirt, which somehow activates inside there. It like blows him up, sends him flying out of a shark parade float, and then the Scooby Gang chases him on the parade float. They eventually defeat him and unmask him that, oh, he was this former laid off coach. And yeah, it's a pretty fun episode. Usually sports episodes are not my forte, but this one really worked, and especially the ghost design. Last thing I will mention, the Rambling Ghost did get alluded to and referenced in other media. He is actually an exhibit at the Coolsonium, the museum in Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed. Yeah, if you look in the background, you'll see this ghost football player is one of the exhibits in the background. Kind of sad we never got to see him come to life, but yeah, the Rambling Ghost is an exhibit at Patrick's Museum. You can actually like find bonus features and deleted scenes showing like the gang walking past him. Like look on YouTube, he still looks cool. Like he has like a skull and glow in the dark eyes for his mask. It looked very fun seeing him in live action. I wish the museum exhibit got a lot more screen time because, you know, favorite Scooby-Doo villains are all there. The Rambling Ghost is in the background of the museum shots, but that's all he got in live action. Then technically, he does kind of come back. In Scooby-Doo, The Mystery Begins. The Scooby Gang, like, go to the high school after dark, and one of the ghost minions possesses a mannequin dressed as a football player, and it's supposed to be like the Rambling Ghost. It's like a reference to him. They like fight the ghost as the football mannequins. He's even dressed like him. It's another fun illusion / Easter egg for older Scooby-Doo fans to enjoy. Peak Trio soon. Yeah, we're coming up on them. Power Rangers Ghost Fury soon. Like, never shows up. Yeah, it is funny. Are you gonna do tier lists on the monsters from the Scooby and Scrappy show, including the ones that are real? I'll think about that. Power Rangers Ghost Fury. Right on time for the Ghost Sentai. What did I miss? We're wrapping up the Rambling Ghost. Anyways, he's gone to S tier. I actually really like this one. Think he's underrated. One of my personal favorites, so he's up top. Definitely a star quarterback. But speaking of stars, let's talk about the return of the Phantom Shadow. But not really. The Neapolitan Ice Cream Ghost. Yeah, Scooby-Doo goes to a haunted ice cream factory, which is haunted by, I kid you not, a chocolate, vanilla, and strawberry phantom. Yes, these are pretty much the Phantom Shadows redesigned with ice cream colors. Yep, Neapolitan Ice Cream Ghost. What's next for Scooby-Doo? A PNSD or Scooby-Doo Mystery Incorporated? Probably Mystery Incorporated. I just gotta finish the show. Yep, the chocolate, vanilla, and strawberry phantoms. Yes, these are the Phantom Shadows, just redesigned in different flavors. Ooh, want to put them on an S tier, but I might have to put them onto A tier because two of them are pretty much henchmen, and only one of them is an actual character. So, this is a pretty crazy and fun Scooby-Doo episode. They go to an ice cream factory, and it's haunted by 3 ghosts. So, yeah, it is the Phantom Shadow all over again, but much more funnier. Knockoff Phantom Shadows. Yeah, it is the same design. It is the exact same design. It's the Phantom Shadows, but in chocolate, vanilla, and strawberry flavor. The Scooby Gang go to a haunted ice cream factory, find out it's being terrorized by these ghosts and ruining the business, and Shaggy and Scooby, for once, want to help them because they love ice cream. So they bump into 3 monsters, and basically it leads to a lot of fun chase scenes. Fred, Daphne, and Velma are chased. Shaggy and Scooby are chased. A lot of wacky ice cream factory antics. We only meet like a few suspects in this episode. There's this sketchy old CEO who's like in a leg cast and crutches. He seemingly has his leg broken, but we find out he's faking it, making you think he's the monster. but there's also like this goofy, senile security guard. He's like this total doofus who guards the area and warns the kids of the curse that's haunting the factory. Only really 2 suspects when there's like 3 monsters, so it kind of becomes obvious who it is, but still a fun episode. So, the Phantoms are like all over this episode. They're like flying, screaming, scaring people. They hack the phones and troll Velma. They chase Shaggy and Scooby. There's a moment where Shaggy actually finds a second costume for one of the Phantoms. He wears like the second costume for the chocolate Phantom, leading to a hilarious mix-up where one of the Phantoms thinks Shaggy is his buddy. So, who was the Neapolitan ice cream Phantoms? It was the senile security guard, and 2 of them were random henchmen who we never meet. Yeah, apparently the senile security guard was faking being a nice guy this whole time, and he and 2 of his criminal buddies stole a bank truck and hid it in this ice cream factory, where they painted over it to make it look like an ice cream truck. Yeah, they stole a bank truck exactly like the witch and zombie did, but they hid it in the ice cream parking lot and painted over it to make it look like an ice cream truck that delivers ice cream, and hid the money within plain sight. They were trying to make this place into like an HQ, a safe spot to hide the money, and were scaring all the workers and staff off to convert it into their villain lair. The Scooby Gang stopped them by, I kid you not, trapping them in like their car. They like try to get away in the bank car. The Scooby Gang chases them and blocks their path, locks them in, and they can't open the doors, trapping the Phantoms. Kind of a letdown, all things considered, but yeah. The senile security guard was the vanilla Phantom, and apparently the chocolate and strawberry one were his random goons. It would have made more sense if he was like the strawberry one, because that one got so much screen time, but no. Very clever how the gang traps them in their getaway van with the other vans surrounding them. Yeah, it is a pretty smart moment of the Scooby Gang. One of the rare instances where they actually fight back against the monster, but yeah, they trap them in their car and unmasked them. That was an old security guard. It turns out the CEO was a red herring. He was actually a nice guy, and he faked walking around in a cast because he was hiding his own money in like his leg brace. Kind of weird, especially because they didn't know who he was or where his money was, but yeah, he was actually a nice guy, and they arrest the Neapolitan Phantoms and get lifetime supply of ice cream. So, it is pretty funny seeing ice cream Phantoms on Scooby-Doo. That is what really made them stand out. The episode itself is alright, but I will put the monsters onto A tier for creativity. The Scooby Snacks monster, definitely better. Yeah, Sammy the Shrimp, that was the gang leader's name. Daphne Blake got kidnapped and trapped in hot fudge. Oh no, she didn't. Nah, Scooby and Shaggy got almost drowned in a milk room. Power Rangers Ice Cream Phantom Fury. Whenever I saw this episode, I get a craving for ice cream. Yeah, me too. Ice cream is great. A lot of old classic Scooby-Doo couldn't be made, but a few good could be because of smartphones. Yeah, Sammy the Shrimp, that was the gang leader's name. What is Jack Sparrow doing here and has to leave for a bit, but I'll be back. Okay, Bat Kids, see you soon. Ghosts and ice cream, that's the most Toku idea ever. Also, I wish this was the driver of the creamy cold ice cream truck from Catching Cold. Yeah, I wish, but no. Scooby Gang has so many and everything lifetimes. LOL, Neapolitan Phantoms. Yeah, that's what they were. I now want ice cream. Yeah, this episode always made people scream for ice cream. Surprised Scooby and Shaggy didn't chase the ice cream Phantoms to eat them because they're made of ice cream. That would have made sense, but I guess the Phantom Shadow designs made them too scary. Still no rainbow sherbet or cookie and cream ghosts. No, just the plain flavors. Alright, so the Neapolitan Phantoms, I'll put on the A tier. Definitely points for creativity, but lost some because they're just the Phantom Shadow recolored. I like that the Phantom Shadow comes in different flavors. Somebody let me know if these guys actually became Scooby-Doo ice cream snacks in real life. Like a vanilla bar, a strawberry popsicle, or a chocolate popsicle. Alright, we'll put them on an A. Next, we get another trio of monsters, Benedict Arnold and America's Greatest Traitors. Finally made it to the end of Season 1. The Scooby Gang goes to a night at the Smithsonian and find out there's an evil scheme where the monsters are America's greatest traitors. Yeah, we meet a ghost of a bunch of evil saboteurs in the Revolutionary War. Benedict Arnold and the two other guys who I just can't remember right now. Yeah, basically, this was another way of trying to teach kids some like important history. The Scooby Gang goes to the Smithsonian and the museum mannequins come to life. Oh, hey, Bat Kid, glad you're back. The Splitsonian. Yeah. Okay, so honestly, these guys, not super great villains, but I'll put them all onto B tier. Yeah, Benedict Arnold and the other two traitors. The Scooby Gang go to the Smithsonian and find out that these mannequins are not actually mannequins, they're alive! The ghosts of the traitors of the Revolutionary War come back and are trying to rob the museum. The Scooby Gang accidentally get locked in at a night at the Smithsonian, and they have to solve a mystery. They're being terrorized by these mannequins, they come to life. There is kind of a creepiness to them. They're always like in dark shadows, always watching the gang sinisterly, and at one point they actually pretend to be the mannequins, and Scooby and Shaggy hilariously fumble around them. It is a pretty crazy episode. Like, wish American history class show this episode. Yeah, they really should. The other two are William Demont and Major Andre. Okay, thank you, just some random guy. Yeah, William Demont and Major Andre. Sorry, only in school we always learned about Benedict Arnold, but Demont and Andre don't come up often. I actually learned about them through this episode. So yeah, if you don't know, Major Andre, Demont, and Benedict Arnold were basically traitors. They were in the Revolutionary War, and they planned to sell out America and help the British Empire, the Redcoats, win the war. And they became infamously known as America's greatest traitors. Well, apparently they have statues and an exhibit of them at the Smithsonian, and they come to life, basically acting as ghosts of former Revolutionary War soldiers. Yeah, we see Civil War all the time. Nope, this time we're doing the Revolutionary War, the first American war. And yeah, it is pretty fun, pretty creative. They actually do a fine job introducing these characters to a younger generation of kids so we can learn about American history. It turns out they're actually working in the Smithsonian to break into the First National Bank. If you don't know, the First National Bank is like in the same neighborhood as the Smithsonian. They disguise themselves as exhibits to use some of the technology there to dig a hole and drill into the First National Bank. They're stealing money from the American government, and they have like a tunnel system under there. They're using like the first locomotive engine and Harriet Tubman's like cotton gin machine. Kylo Ren, traitor! Same, Akira, same. Like, guess high school and middle school never make education fun, like elementary showing Magic School Bus or Bill Nye. Yeah, Bill Nye was awesome. So the traitors, once again, betraying America by stealing the money from our First National Bank. They tunneled underground, are trying to rob the First National Bank, and the Scooby Gang, of course, foil that. A lot of fun chase scenes. The best highlight in this is when all the traitors and the Scooby Gang are on, like, old jalopies and get into, like, a car chase scene with these like 1900s cars. It is pretty funny. The ghosts are like riding this musical car, and Shaggy and Scooby defeat the ghost by throwing one of General Washington's ice cubes from the Crossing the Delaware exhibit. It turns out these ice cubes are not ice, they're made of glass. The glass shatters and pops the tires on the jalopy. I really hope the Scooby Gang isn't financing all the damage they do to this museum, but yeah, they pop the wheels on the jalopy, it crashes, and who were the traitors? Well, One of them was a henchman, but two of them, one was the nice guy security guard. We meet like a whole bunch of characters working at the museum. There's a mean security guard, a nice security guard, and this science guy who like fixes the exhibits. It turns out it was nice security guard and the science guy. They were actually trying to use their jobs at the museum to get away with stealing money, and they used the exhibits as basically a cover to hide their identity. Though, something that makes this kind of weird is exactly when were the traitors actually the guys in suits and when were they mannequins? Because at one point we see all of them coming to life, but the gang talked to nice guy security guard like seconds earlier, meaning he had to be like in two places at once to pretend to be the security guard doing his job and talking to the gang, but then also coming to life as one of the mannequins that was standing in the background behind them. Yeah, that's great continuity. Bill the science guy. Why are they ghosts and not creepy wax mannequins? Because real-life mannequins of historical figures in museums are creepy. Yeah, that would have been way creepier, but no, they actually are the ghosts of the traitors. So, I thought they were pretty fun villains, all things considered. Not standouts, because they are technically still human, and obviously guys in suits. I will be putting them onto B. They definitely earned a decent grade, but yeah, not super memorable monsters. They are posing as normal humans. I do like all the art in this episode. They give them creepy angles just to try and make them intimidating, but Beaumont riding that three-person tricycle with Shaggy and Scooby was still funny. Yeah, it would have made sense if they were Wax Museum. It could have been one of the other henchmen. Maybe, but all three of them came to life. But yeah, they were robbing the National Bank. Scooby and the gang foil them. Dick's security guard makes peace with them. And yeah, the bad guys get their comeuppance. And I suppose they return the mannequins back to their places. We do see there were real mannequins of these guys. They were like stripped of their clothes to use as costumes. But yeah, I'll be putting it on to B. Definitely decent villains, but not what I would call major fan favorites. Alright, now it's Season 2 with The Curse of Viking Lake. We have the Viking and his two henchmen. The Viking, I'm going to be putting on to C. I was not a huge fan of him. And his henchmen also gone on to D. Once again, generic minion characters. The Scooby Gang go to Viking Lake, I believe in Minnesota. Velma's uncle is like abducted by these Viking guys. It turns out he's like there studying nature and accidentally stumbled upon something he wasn't supposed to know. The gang come across Viking ghosts, and the Viking ghosts, once again, generic villains. Nothing really stands out about them. They try to make them look intimidating and impressive. They're like these huge buff guys, but not very iconic designs. Yeah, since it was already a wax monster, I guess, yeah. I'm not a big fan of the Viking monsters. I just found them kind of plain, kind of generic. The gang is there trying to find where Velma's uncle disappeared to, and once again, it's a smuggling operation. They're like working at the sea, dressing as Vikings to scare people away, dressed as ghosts so nobody suspects they're up to no good. Really like smuggling stuff through this mine that's underground going to an underwater base. The Vikings jump Velma's uncle and take him hostage because they fear he knows too much. The uncle knows that the Vikings aren't ghosts, so they try to take him hostage, and the gang, of course, look into it. Yeah, Uncle John. Shaggy and Scooby dressed as Japanese, Tahitian, and Russian masseuse. I think they were supposed to be Swedish. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, they fight the Vikings. The Vikings have like a Viking ship. It's really secretly transporting the cargo and stolen goods into this base. And Velma's uncle, Uncle John, is like held in a cage. We don't meet too many suspects in this. They meet like Uncle John's neighbors, like these random civilians. And this sketchy librarian who has the exact same voice as one of the Vikings, so it's kind of obvious who it is. They go to like a Viking museum to study them, get into wacky chase scenes. The Vikings, not my favorite villains. They don't look like they fit in this show. They feel like they come from Filmation's He-Man rather than Scooby-Doo. Yeah, because of uranium. Mr. Hanskin is the Viking ghost. Yeah, who is the Viking? It's the creepy librarian at the Viking Museum. Yeah, what a shock. The only guy who knew stuff about the Vikings was one of the Vikings. And the other two are henchmen, so they're going on to D. Yeah, basically generic henchmen. There's 3 Vikings in this. 2 of them, I believe, are the archaeologists who worked with Uncle John. They faked their disappearance so they could steal the uranium instead, and yeah. They're not given much character, and the leader is the guy who worked at the Viking Museum. He used his knowledge of the Vikings to come up with the Viking ghosts. Yeah, very generic, very basic monsters. I don't really remember this episode a whole lot, so we're gonna put them we'll put the leader on C and the henchmen onto D. Not very standout ocean monsters. Okay, they were stealing uranium. Thank you. Alright, next is Gramp the Vamp. Yep, back with Scooby-Dum. The Scooby Gang goes to Skull Island. Skull Island, huh? Smile. Yeah, and they run into the vampire. This vampire I will be putting onto A. Yeah, it's actually a pretty creepy vampire mystery. Once again, the Scooby Gang is doing vampires, and this time they don't have a Frankenstein monster or werewolf backing them up. We got the Count Von Count uncle, yep. So, the Scooby Gang go to Skull Island to help one of their friends. Their friend is having her 18th birthday, and she's gonna become the new manager of this haunted hotel on Skull Island. And unfortunately, her birthday party is crashed by a vampire. The vampire is believed to be her grandpa, coming to kill her and make her a vampire just like him. And yeah, it's once again kind of obvious who it is, but it's a very fun episode. I would say this is the best Scooby-Dumb episode because Dumb is actually funny in this one, and the vampire actually is kind of creepy. He's always like in the shadows, has that really creepy laugh, and seemingly has powers to control their friend. He's like controlling Lisa. She's actually being hypnotized, but this kind of makes it obvious who it is. We do meet some suspects. Like, we meet the creepy desk clerk, we meet her uncle who works at the hotel, we meet the creepy guy, Mr. Drackle, who likes to collect coffins. It is still painfully obvious who it is. So the gang goes to the hotel and get into wacky chase scenes around the hotel. This vampire is trying to low-key gaslight Lisa, make her believe she's becoming a vampire, and it is a major dead giveaway how he's doing it. Lisa is like being hypnotized, and it's using like this magical watch to hypnotize her, and the watch has the exact same sound as the uncle's watch. Yeah, Gramp the Vamp is actually her Uncle Leon. He was pissed off that he was not the manager of the hotel, that the job of manager was going to his niece instead of him. He's been working here for like 30 years and was denied a promotion, and instead his young niece is becoming the CEO manager of this hotel. He was trying to basically gaslight her and get rid of her so she would give it over to him instead. Time for another vampire villain, and this one's pretty solid. Yeah, he's gone on to A tier. A lot of fun chase scenes, and this vampire actually pretty creepy. He has like sharp fangs, has this Satan-looking face, these really sharp ears, that really creepy cackling laugh, and he wears like a purple suit to make him look different. He almost kills Shaggy, Scooby, and Scooby-Dum at multiple points. Love the chase through the coffin room, that is pretty fun. And yeah, he almost kills Scooby at one point. He chases Shaggy when Shaggy poses as Lisa, and they hilariously trap him in one of the coffins. They like chase him at the pool. He tries to grab and kill Shaggy. Scooby and Scooby-Dum actually work well together and trap him in one of the coffins and submerge him in the pool. They wash off the makeup, revealing it was Uncle Leon all along. He was actually This backstabbing Starscream douche who was envious of his niece that he's been working here for years and got denied a promotion, and now the hotel's going off to his younger niece instead. Pretty much an envious, I was supposed to be the manager, but not you. Yeah, the vampire almost killed Velma and Daphne because they swapped rooms. Like your mind of Dracula almost bit Mina to become a vampire as her, but her neck was asleep. Yeah, a lot of Dracula illusions in this episode. A much better Dracula than the first Dracula from Scooby-Doo, Where Are You? I'll put him onto A. Pretty solid villain. It's a really funny episode, and so good it actually made Scooby-Dumb funny, so yeah, I'll put Gramp the Vamp onto A. Yeah, Leon Vanna, he was the uncle envious of his niece. Alright, speaking of awesome monsters, it's high time we fly with the Pterodactyl Ghost. Yep, here he is, the Pterodactyl Ghost from Monsters Unleashed, who we'll be putting onto S tier. Yep, he was still awesome even back then. Getting some water. Yep, made it to the dreaded Pterodactyl Ghost. Here he is, kids. This is what the Pterodactyl Ghost looked like on the old cartoon. Time for another iconic villain, the dreaded Pterodactyl Ghost. The Scooby Gang enters a hang gliding competition. And of course, there happens to be a pterodactyl ghost haunting the area. So, this mystery is pretty weird, but definitely a new idea for the show. The Scooby Gang enters a hang gliding competition and learn there's a mysterious pterodactyl spirit who haunts basically this canyon. They're like in the Grand Canyon or Arizona, some very rocky area. I thought they were like in the Colorado Rockies. I might be misremembering, but yeah, they're like in a desert. There's this huge mountain range there, and allegedly the pterodactyl ghost flies around here. The pterodactyl ghost has a very peculiar villain scheme in this one. It's scaring people around the area and posing as a ghost to get away with its crime. What are the criminals doing in this one? Well, get this. They're actually making pirated music. They're making pirated music and have a studio out here hidden in the caves to record bootleg songs and music, then using the pterodactyl ghost to fly the tapes across to people in delivery trucks across the canyon. Yeah, it is very weird. It's a pirated music operation, apparently worth billions of dollars. They're like stealing music, making their own bootleg music, and the pterodactyl ghost is a smokescreen to hide their operation. If I had a nickel for every time a relative dressed as a monster because they were skipped over and inheriting something, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice in Scooby-Doo. Yeah, like before pirating copyright music laws, yeah, they're basically breaking copyright laws in this. The pterodactyl ghost is actually somebody we barely meet in the episode. It turns out there is a real twist villain in this. So, the Scooby Gang goes into like this mountain range, get into funny antics, chased around by the pterodactyl ghost. It weirdly doesn't sound like a dinosaur. It sounds more like a condor. It like cries like a hawk, like a bird more so, which was kind of distracting. I thought they had like a Jurassic Park dinosaur sound effect, but no. So yeah, they were trying to copyright music. The gang get into like a wacky chase scene, and for really no reason at all, the monster decides not to fly away, but to take a boat down like the Colorado River. The rafts is like riding the rapid waves, and getting out by boat when, you know, he can fly leads to a wacky chase scene where Scooby and the gang chase him, get into a water chase. And who was the pterodactyl ghost? It's Johnny. Yeah, Johnny. Who's Johnny? Oh, he was this guy who ran like a food truck in one scene. Yeah, apparently it's not Jonathan Jacobo like the movie would retcon. It's Johnny. I guess they have the same name, kind of, but yeah. Johnny was working a food truck. He was like in the background of 2 scenes in the beginning. He uses his food truck to smuggle in those pirated music tapes. And we meet him like 2 times. He talks to Shaggy and Scooby once and is in the background. But yeah, he was actually working for his real boss, the hotel manager. Yeah, it turns out at this hotel, there's this weird old guy who's actually the hotel manager. He's the one who spreads the pterodactyl ghost's ghost story, and he was the head behind the pirated music operation. Johnny was like his henchman, and being the ghost, while he was behind the scenes doing all the calculating and accounting work, selling this music overseas. Pterodactyl Ghost in the show and the movie are 2 different characters besides the designs, and one is a pirate music maker while the other is a mad scientist stealing money. Yeah, they retcon it in Scooby-Doo too, but yeah. So I thought this monster was cool in the cartoon, but what made him cooler is he did come back in Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed. Yeah, you should all know the Pterodactyl Ghost. He's one of the primary villain goons in the movie. Like, didn't Be Cool Scooby-Doo have a pterodactyl ghost? Yeah, I think they did. So, let's talk about what you really want to talk about, the pterodactyl ghost's return in Monsters Unleashed. So, as I said, Monsters Unleashed is about bringing back a lot of old Scooby-Doo foes. A lot of the iconic cartoon monsters were turned into real-life monsters, and the first is the pterodactyl ghost. The Pterodactyl Ghost is pretty much all over the Monsters Unleashed movie. It's like the primary goon. It attacks in the first act. It steals the Black Knight Ghost and a 10,000 Volt Ghost as costumes. It serves Jonathan Jacobo like a loyal pet. It turns out Johnny actually got a much deeper backstory in the movie. Jonathan Jacobo is like now a mad scientist. He was not trying to pirate music, but to make money to fund his research of making real monsters, and he finally succeeded. Jonathan Jacobo is the masked figure. I know I'm spoiling it for everyone, but it's like a 20-year-old movie now. In Christmas. Oh, okay, it was in a Christmas episode. Okay, so yeah. Jonathan Jacobo brought his monster to life, and the first one was his costume, the Pterodactyl Ghost. And this ghost was really, really cool in the movie. It's like gliding everywhere, screeching more demonically, almost kills the Scooby Gang a few times. It fights them at the museum. It almost kills Seth Green, like Patrick is abducted by it, and chases them in the Mystery Machine car chase scene. Shows up at the end to almost try and snatch the control panel away from Scooby, but Scooby's too badass. And the Pterodactyl Ghost is one of the many monsters who dies when they reverse the magic and turn it back into a lifeless outfit. And yeah, it actually did kind of look like how he does in the cartoon. Much closer than the Minor 49er did. But yeah, the Pterodactyl Ghost is still pretty popular. Really like it. The episode is kind of trippy looking back at it, but this monster definitely S tier. It soars sky high. Okay. Still got a few left, so... Alright, next is the Ghost Actor. Yep, we have one more Scooby-Dum episode. The Scooby Gang goes to Hollywood to film a movie starring Scooby's other cousin, Scooby-D, who's this Southern Belle actress trying to remake a classic horror movie. But uh-oh, the ghost of the dead actor comes back, trying to sabotage the production and abduct Scooby-D and ruin this remake before it ruins his film. And Ghost Actor, going on to D. Yeah, once again, I'm not a fan of this type of character. Yeah, we met Scooby-Doo. Okay, that's his name. The Phantom of Milo Booth. Yeah, Milo Booth, he's a former famous actor. He died and his movie's getting remade with Scooby-D, and allegedly his ghost comes back and is haunting them. Played by Janet Waldo. Okay, that was her. Okay, so Scooby-D is Scooby's other talking dog cousin. Yeah, apparently Scooby's entire family are all a bunch of talking dogs. This one is a famous actress, and apparently Scooby-Doo and Scooby-Dum are a big believer of kissing cousins because they tried to elope with their cousin, which is really weird. Yeah, so this is like the ghost actor. He's trying to sabotage the production and abduct Scooby-Doo because he doesn't want this movie remade. And it turns out to be like this weird fanboy of the original Milo Booth who is sabotaging his picture, and we find out this is not actually Milo Booth because he's very different in personality. He doesn't wear glasses, and the monster uses like a different hand instead of his left one. Makes you wonder how many talking dogs exist in this universe. Yeah, Scooby-Doo is an alien, so he must have reproduced. Okay, so honestly, this episode, not one of my favorites. It's another Scooby-Dumb adventure. The talking dogs get way too much spotlight. There's an evil imposter Scooby-Doo in this episode. Apparently, people didn't remember that because she didn't even get a slot on here. Milo Booth, not a very unique ghost. He looks like kind of a redrawn version of Mr. Hyde. They gave him gray skin and black hair this time, but yeah, not a big fan. It's really this guy trying to sabotage the movie because he doesn't want Scooby-Doo to remake it. They foil him in a hilarious carnival chase scene and unmask evil Scooby-Doo and Milo Booth. Janet Waldo, yeah. How many talking dogs do exist in Scooby? Yeah, not one of their all-star villains. I'm putting him onto D. Not the worst, but just a total dud. Speaking of which, the Scooby Gang go to the racing circuit, where we meet the ghost race car driver. Okay, once again, not a very good design. I'm gonna put this guy onto D. So the Scooby Gang join a Fast and the Furious racing circuit, and there's this ghost race car driver attacking the players. It was Jim Miss. Okay, thank you, Kira. Alright, so Ghost NASCAR driver, not a good design. He's basically a skeleton wearing a driver's outfit. He's mostly wearing like this blue spandex suit along with a helmet. I will say I do like the skull in the race car helmet, but yeah, this was not a very memorable monster. The Scooby Gang go to like a NASCAR racing circuit. One of the racers mysteriously disappears. One of them is abducted and like mind raped by the ghost. Some scary stuff does happen in this, but the villain, not very distinct, not very memorable. It is a very weird episode too. Like, isn't that design in the remake What's New Scooby-Doo? Yeah, they did remake this in What's New, and honestly, it looked kind of better there because they emphasized the skeleton kind of design. Here, not a big fan, it's very generic. They go to like a racing circuit, the players are attacked, Scooby and Shaggy try to lure him out. Shaggy actually gets taken hostage this time. They solve the mystery, Scooby tries to deal, trying to crack the monster case without his buddy nearby. And who was it? It was actually one of the players. It was the player who disappeared earlier. He faked his disappearance and tried to sabotage the competition so he could come back in like a blaze of glory and basically like revive his career, but he did this by abducting other people, and apparently he mastered hypnosis because he brainwashed one of the rival drivers into coming back like he was hexed or something. Yeah, Ken Rogers, that's who it was. Why Shaggy since Daphne is better? Well, Shaggy was the one who posed as a race car driver. Honestly, I'm not too keen on this character. I forget he even existed. He's going on a D for sure. Not the worst, but really meh. Okay. I think we should also knock out this ghost. This ghost that appeared in the theme song. I have no idea why. I'll put it onto C at least. Put it at the end of C. Yeah, this is the ghost that chased Shaggy and Scooby in the episode and apparently never got made into an episode. Pretty generic bedsheet ghost. The one in Where Are You? Much scarier. I'm noticing a lot of monsters from the show either appeared in Cyber Chase Monsters or Monsters Unleashed. Yeah, they did. Or Be Cool, Scooby-Doo. Yeah, there were a lot of good monsters in this season, alright? Alright, next is The Witch McCoy. Yeah, we got another episode with a zombie and a witch. Yes, this is a retread of which witch is which. So, they made this witch look more like a creepy old lady sorceress, so some points there, but we're pretty much rehashing the witch and the zombie. The Scooby Gang get lost in the woods and accidentally stumble upon a mystery. There was a rivalry between the McCoys and the Colts or something. Like, there's this farm family being harassed and haunted by this evil witch, threatening to cast a spell on them to turn them all into frogs. Yeah, we got a witch and a zombie again. The witch, this one I will put onto B tier. Yeah, I'll put it under Ebenezer. The zombie, this guy going on to F. Why? Because he's not actually a guy in a costume. Yeah, so apparently the witch and the zombie are this broken up outlaw couple. They're like a Bonnie and Clyde type of couple. They broke up and are back here in this farmland trying to hide a treasure they stole. The two of them were basically bank robbers. They robbed a vault and they buried the loot somewhere out here, but then at some point they broke up and went their separate ways and are now trying to steal it from each other. The zombie isn't even wearing a costume. That is how he actually looks like. He's just a normal guy. Yeah, this dude, it's not a mask. He's a regular ass guy. The zombie is a former convict in prison who apparently broke out because he wanted to steal the treasure before his girlfriend got it. The girlfriend is his witch. It's like some girl we met in like one scene. She runs, I believe, the market. There's like a store in town. Shaggy and Scoob investigate it. She's posing as the witch. She's a witch haunting the area, threatening to destroy the McCoys or whatever. Who wants to steal drivers' cars and sell them? Yeah, that is pretty stupid. It was kind of the Captain Cutler mystery all over again. Okay, so the witch is trying to steal the loot and scare away the farm family because they moved into their old base and their old house actually has directions to where the loot is. She's trying to scare them out. She abducts them and pretends they turned into frogs. The Scooby Gang try to unravel this mystery, and there's kind of a limit on suspects. They introduce the zombie guy to throw us off, and yeah, that's not a costume, that's how he really looks. He's actually the witch's evil ex-boyfriend, trying to steal the treasure before she does. And they uncover that the witch is actually fake. She's using smoke and mirrors. She's hiding out in like a cave. There's kind of a funny chase scene where Shaggy, Velma, and Scooby try to escape her. She almost catches them. They manage to get out by spinning in a cauldron or something. It is a very weird episode. So, the witch is actually the market owner. She was posing as a regular country girl who lived here. She's actually the ex-girlfriend of this guy. They're both trying to steal the loot, all the money they stole. They think they found the spot, and the Scooby Gang beat them with a weird trick. They pretend that they're actually real ghosts and turn her into a frog for posing as the witch and somehow seamlessly put a frog outfit on her. She completely falls for it. The two get scared off and run into a trap. The witch, honestly not one of my favorite characters. I think the witch and zombie and Where Are You are vastly superior. Aggie Wilkins, okay, that was her name. Witch McCoy. I kind of laughed how after the witch ended up breaking down after she thought she became a frog. Yeah, they did it. They turned into a frog. Yeah, really funny. They actually tricked them, kind of Mr. Hyde style. They play mind games with the witch and zombie. They think it's really haunted and fall for their trap. Okay, so the witch is definitely a funny villain. The zombie, it's just a regular guy. Like, that's not an outfit. He's a regular ass dude. He honestly could have been written out of the episode entirely, but we're gonna put him onto F because he's not even wearing a costume. The witch, going on to B, she had funny moments, but not one of my favorite villains. Also, I do have to bring this up. The Aggie Wilkins, Witch McCoy, actually does appear in Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed. Yeah, she's not one of the costumes who comes to life. We see her, who the criminal in real life, at the faux ghost. Scooby and Shaggy follow a clue to the faux ghost. They follow Old Man Wickles there, and they see some of their past foes. We see Mr. Magnus is there, and Aggie Wilkins is there as a regular civilian. They're at the bar, basically drowning their sorrows away and hating on the Scooby Gang. And Aggie Wilkins is that girl who has a crush on Scooby-Doo when he's disguised as a human. What's his name? MC McCrawley or something like that. Yeah, Scooby and Shaggy go undercover, and Scooby's disguised as like this Afro human guy. He looks like the Afro samurai guy. Ghost of the Hatfields. Okay, I am getting my names mixed up. The Hatfield and McCoy feud. Yeah, that's what they were a reference to. Mystery Gang disguise themselves as the Ghost of the Hatfields. The photo of Daphne Blake take of Morse code in the trail doesn't match the angle of the camera. Well, that's limited animation. Yeah, Aggie Wilkins is at the faux ghost bar. She's the human woman that Scooby-Doo hits on. Hello, baby. Yeah, she's the one who dances with Scooby when he's disguised as a human. That was Witch McCoy. Yeah, that's who this woman was. She was this character, Witch McCoy. You do see her at the museum exhibit 2. Once again, a background character like the Rambling Ghost. She is there. You do see the old woman with the silver hair and the purple sorceress gown. Yeah, but a character I'll put on to B tier. Just didn't like her. Like her that much. The witch was okay. Had some funny moments. Really funny defeat. But the zombie, he's going on to F. Alright, next is the time-traveling cockroach, and might have said some people, this thing is going on to F because it looks really weird. I mean, look at this. This thing's like design made me laugh. This is an evil cockroach mutant from the dark future. The Scooby Gang go on a vacation cruise, and there just so happens to be a Doc Brown scientist who wants to show the world his time-traveling machine there. Yeah, a bunch of military personnel, some CEOs, and a bunch of bigwigs who will give him funding are all on this cruise, and he built a time machine which accidentally summons this derpy cockroach alien. Never really liked this one either. Yeah, thank you, Shadowlink. What is that even supposed to be? He's supposed to be like an insect alien mutant from the future. I think they try to make him look like a cockroach, and this thing's design, those bug eyes are just so goofy. I swear, this guy like derps a few times in a few episodes and looks so stupid. He's like standing around all hunched over, really bug-eyed, drooling. It's just a really silly design. I've never liked how this looked, and this episode makes me laugh more than scared. Yeah, Simon Grady. What is that supposed to be? They had a way better bug-like villains in Scooby-Doo. Yeah, including one in this show coming up later, but yeah. This cockroach alien, the Scooby Gang take a cruise, and they meet like this Doc Brown guy who invented a time machine. It does hilariously look like the time machine from the Twilight Zone. Trying to remember the episode, the one where they bring the cowboy in modern day. Yeah, Execution, that's it. It looks like the time machine from the Twilight Zone's Execution. It teleported this alien who breaks out of it and goes on a rampage on the cruise. It turns out this was all a overly complex scheme to have the alien steal the money for funding for Doc Brown's science projects. They pretend the alien monster stole the briefcase full of money and valuables, and Doc Brown quote-unquote fixes the machine and sends it back. The Mystery Inc. are roped into this because they're supposed to be witnesses to claim the monster is real, but accidentally solve the mystery. Yeah, so Simon Grady, was that who the bug monster is? Okay. A monster from the disturbing future doesn't sound like a bad thing. It should have been an evil Terminator like robot, but nope, it's a big bug monster. Why? Looks like Manny the Mantis rolling in his grave, seeing the worst cockroach monster. Yeah, this thing's face just looks so goofy. The monster looks like it's stupid or brain dead or something. And it tries to abduct Shaggy and Scooby at one point. So, who was the monster? Well, it was actually two people. The professor and his business partner. Yeah, the business partner, it is painfully obvious he was the monster because he leaves the room conveniently at the time the monster is summoned. It turns out Doc Brown was actually the bad guy. This was an entire weird scam to con the money out of the government and science researchers. He was trying to convince them to fund his real time travel, but nope. It was all a total scam. The monster would steal the money and quote-unquote return back to its future, where they would make their way out with the money. The Scooby Gang actually outsmart them. They catch on to what's going on. They pretend the monster came back and they got the money back, leading to the two criminals to try and look back at where they hid the money, but the Scooby Gang followed them, and they capture them comedically by Scooby switching the labels on the doors. They think they're heading out to the lifeboats, but they hit the closet. It is kind of a funny defeat, but yeah, this monster, never cared for it. It is a total failure. It just looks so doofy. Time Force rejected bug villain, yep. Professor Von Clamp, yeah, that was his actual name. Alright, gotta use a restroom break again, but get excited, we're returning to some sea monsters. Let me know if you guys want me to skip ahead to a monster or end this on a positive note with one of the better entries. I'll be right back. Alright, cat's back, ready to slash. Next, the creepy heap from the deep. Alright, this evil plan makes no sense. Like, why does a future monster need past money and why a bug monster? Like, why? Well, I think they just tried to imply it was a stupid monster that just grabbed whatever it could. Alright, the creepy heap from the deep. This one I will actually put onto... You know, I might put it onto A tier. We'll put it above the Mayan ghost, that's for sure. Also, the ghost of the sea captain. This guy actually creeped me out. I would put him higher than the heap from the deep. Okay, so the Scooby Gang goes to the beach. Again, this time bumping into a horrifying sea monster, which actually murders this guy and turns him into a brainwashed zombie. I actually found this guy's design super creepy because he looks like a corpse. Remind of the creature from the Gege no Kitaro 2005 version where he eats Kitaro. Yeah, the soulless Captain Clements. Yeah, that's who he is. The soulless captain really freaked me out. This design looks so unsettling. He's like, he looks like a corpse, basically. But it turns out, no, he's alive. He's been brainwashed. Much creepier than the voodoo girl from Mamba Wamba. So yeah, the Scooby Gang goes to the beach. There, once again, is kind of a limit on suspects, and yeah, it is kind of painfully obvious who the villain is. Captain Clements is a sea captain who runs the lighthouse there. He talks to the gang, tells them about the sea creature. The sea creature is kind of like Medusa. It kills people if you look at it, and it turns you into ghosts. However, he becomes a brainwashed slave. Yeah, it's obvious he's not dead. He faked his death and is actually back as a brainwashed slave working for the creepy heap from the deep. It turns out there's a submarine underneath the ocean. They try to trick you into believing it's a radioactive creature that mutated in there from the submarine's radiation, but nope. In a really perplexing plot, it turns out The sea captain is helping escaped convicts dodge the authorities because the submarine is his headquarters, where he's giving them fake IDs, makeup jobs, and helping them change their face and identity to escape the law. Yeah, it is a bizarre scheme. The captain is actually the real head villain. He's running this illegal identity theft operation, giving them forged passports and IDs, and disguises random convicts as the heat from the deep in his suit to help them swim to his underwater base and out across the border with their new identities. Yeah, it is a very out there scheme, even by Scooby-Doo. He realized the gang was onto him, so he faked his death and became this soulless sea zombie kind of character. And I do like this design because of how unsettling it looks. Those bulging eyes and that face of death really haunted me. The Heat from the Deep, okay design, given like a Medusa seaweed hair and a Cyclops monster, a very vicious feral monster. Like, is there a Daphne Blake in a swimsuit scene? I think so, but they're all like also wearing deep diver suits halfway in this episode. I remember Velma lounging around the beach too. So, I actually think these villains, they're alright. I'll put them on to A. They were definitely creepy monsters, very creative sea monster, and an especially creepy, lifeless zombie minion character. It turns out it was actually Captain Clemens. He was this illegal criminal helping other criminals fade away and have fake IDs to get out of the country. Really odd scheme, even by Scooby-Doo standards, but I'll give him an A for effort. Alright, next is the Willowa and the Owl People. Okay, so Willowa, not too keen on. I'll be putting it onto B. And the Owl People, I will also be putting onto D because they are once again generic henchmen. Okay, so the Scooby Gang goes to like a Native American land, which is haunted by the spirit of this evil ghost owl, the Willowa. And it has these minions, these owl people cultists who worship the Willowa. It is another bizarre scheme. Apparently, there's these Native Americans who are living there. They're kind of treated as suspects because there's 3 of them, and there's 3 people behind this scheme. Somebody is the Willowa, and 2 people are the Owl People henchmen. Yeah, the Willowa. Very creative ghost, I will say. Scooby-Doo is there, and he's allegedly cursed by the Willowa, leading to a lot of funny antics. They're basically a camping episode. They're out in the woods. They're finding out what's going on here. Meet mysterious characters like the park ranger, this Native American tribe who lives on the reservation, this sketchy Indian chief type of character. The Willowa is a giant flying monster. The owl is much more involved than the Ghost Bowl, I will say. And on the ground, there's these spooky owl people who worship the Willowa. They're chasing Scooby and the gang. It turns out they're running like a counterfeit bootleg merch scheme. Like in the caves, they have a bunch of illegal merch not on the market yet, and it's a smuggling operation trying to sell it on the black market. Also feels like Owlmen feel like Owlman henchmen. Yeah, they are. I wonder what Owlman himself would like the Willowa and be a henchman. Probably would be its right-hand man, but yeah. There's these owl people. Who was the person behind the Willowa? Well, the Willowa is actually a weather balloon painted and dressed up like a giant owl demon. It's actually this weather balloon with a basket control center and has a plane generator in the back, making it simulate it flying. The 2 owl people, they're henchmen. It turns out it was actually the chief's fellow Native American. It was one of the guys in his inner circle. He sold out and betrayed his people to make a killing selling bootleg merch. He used their own spirit for his own gain and was trying to chase and scare people off the reservation so they wouldn't find his illegal counterfeiting operation. Gray Fox, thank you, that was his name. Like Willowa comes from the word a sudden violent squall blowing offshore from a mountainous coast. Yeah, his plan is a smuggling operation. Yep, he was trying to smuggle products, trying to steal them, was selling like bootleg merch, and used his Native American spirit to scare people off. The two owl people were his henchmen. They were on the ground trying to scare the gang away from the caves, and I believe they were manufacturing his fake goods. Sorry, just grabbing my charger. Got it. Okay, so the Willowa, not one of my favorite villains. I think it's decent. The Owl People, obviously guys in suits, so they're going down to D. But the Willowa, definitely a cool concept, but not that dazzling a villain in my eyes. I will put it on to B. But now let's get to a villain you all want me to talk about, the Skeleton Men. Yep, finally made it to the Skeleton Men. Oh, how a lot of people really love these villains, mostly because of Monsters Unleashed. So, the Scooby Gang go to the Bermuda Triangle again, and this time they actually get marooned and are lost on an island, which is inhabited by these alien skeleton monsters. Like, why? Are there 3, but in the sequel have 2? Yeah, in the original, there are 3 skeleton men. The movie trimmed them down to 2, and the movie made them a lot funnier, and I will warn you, the skeleton men are a lot different in the cartoon than they were in Monsters Unleashed. In Scooby-Doo 2, they kind of have like this Three Stooges type of humor. They're total comic relief, like literal bonehead type of characters. Don't get me wrong, they are funny, but watching the show, they are much more creepy. They're played up as, like, otherworldly alien monsters. The Skeleton Men are mysterious, eerie aliens in the cartoon. I might put them onto A. Do I want to put them onto S? I almost do because of Scooby-Doo 2, but, I'll put them onto A. We'll put them above the Neapolitan Phantoms. Okay, the Skeleton Men. We made it to our last Monsters Unleashed characters. So in Scooby-Doo 2, they're a lot more comical, they're goofy, getting into Three Stooges antics. There's also only 2 of them. In the original show, there's 3. They're like a trio of them. There are 3 of them. And they all have the exact same design. The Skeleton Men are actually aliens from another world. They ride around in a UFO. They're dressed in like deep diver suits. It turns out they're haunting the Bermuda Triangle and are behind the disappearance of a lot of vehicles. Planes and boats have mysteriously disappeared here, and it's because of the Skeleton Men. The Skeleton Men are from the Bermuda Triangle. They're like mysterious aliens. They're capturing vehicles, and the Scooby Gang crash land on the island, which turns out to be their base of operations. The goofiest monsters in the movie. Yeah, they are. It's kind of funny looking back at how much creepier these guys are in the cartoon. Sorry, I just catch up on comments. Gray Fox says the Willowa. Yep, the Skeleton Men. Like, why are there 3 but in the sequel have 2? I guess to save on CGI. The goofiest monster of the movie. There was 3 skeleton men, but in Monsters Unleashed there are 2. One has a red eye and a green eye, and they easily fall apart. Yeah, for comic relief. Did the museum lose the 3rd skeleton costume? We see there were only 2 in the exhibit. I guess the police held on to the 3rd one. If there was a 3rd one, it would have a blue eye. Yeah, that would have made sense. The show serious and disturbing, but the movie goofy henchmen and pretty much goofy slapstick henchmen who can get nothing right. Yeah, the movie made them more comic relief. The show, a lot more mysterious. They're like creepy aliens among us, have this very silent, very serious demeanor. I don't think the Skeleton Men ever make a noise. Like they're like Michael Myers. They never talk or make a sound. So, the Scooby Gang crash land on this island. It turns out the island is their base of operations. The villains are actually stealing planes and boats and bringing them here to sell on the black market. Yeah, similar to Captain Cutler, they're stealing military-grade planes and selling them at obscene prices to make a quick buck. Yeah, the Skeleton Men, 2 of them are henchmen, 1 of them is a character we meet in the episode. It turns out they're here, and the Scooby Gang stumble upon their operation, are chased by the Skeleton Men, get into wacky antics, chase scenes, run through a submarine. We find out they're abducting the pilots and drivers of all these boats and military aircraft. They've been held hostage in a submarine this entire time. So, who is the Skeleton Men? Well, honestly, the only guy it could be. It's actually the military scientist. The gang make contact on radio, contacting the science guy. He invented some of these military hardware and planes, and he's been sabotaging his own project. They're like testing prototype aircrafts and boats, and the Skeleton Men come in and abduct them, and it's really a ruse that the scientist made. He's actually contacting his henchmen to abduct these planes with their fake spaceship. Yeah, it was the science guy, and kind of confusing how he's at the military base and also at the Bermuda Triangle Island at the same time. He like moves back and forth like within a second, because we do see all 3 Skeleton Men are together. Dr. Grimsley. Okay, thank you, that was his name. Dr. Grimsley and his henchmen are the Skeleton Men. Yeah, 2 of them are henchmen. The lead Skeleton Man is Dr. Grimsley. He's this military scientist who was sabotaging his own projects and stealing his own inventions so he could sell them to other countries, I guess, on the black market at much higher prices than the US government was willing to pay. The Scooby Gang were being chased because they found his HQ, his secret lair where he was hoarding all these military crafts and basically repainting them. The Scooby Gang foil him. They trap the Skeleton Men on a crane net. They literally fish them out, reel them in, and drop them in a dumpster, where they unmask and find out it's Dr. Grimsley and 2 henchmen who are guys we never met. Yeah, so I do kind of like the designs of these guys. Their giant Cyclops eyeballs are much creepier, have kind of a lizard-looking eye. They wear these skeleton suits, which also function as diving suits because they're diving underwater. A lot of water chases. They're running through the island. They look really creepy. They're supposed to be aliens in the show. Then they came back in Monsters Unleashed, and yeah, I know everybody in the chat and comments will really want me to talk about them in Monsters Unleashed because they are absolutely funny. In the Scooby-Doo 2 movie, they're goofy comic relief henchmen. I will say I do kind of like their designs where they're literal giant skeletons. They kind of ignore the alien characteristic and just make them, you know, walking skeletons. They break apart easily, get into wacky slapstick. So, for some reason, they delete the 3rd skeleton guy, but I guess it's because they wanted to save on CGI, because we already have like 50 monsters in here. Agree, they look more creepy. Yeah, on the show, they look more menacing because they build up the alien angle to them. Like we need a Japanese Cyclops yokai or Rikakubi in Scooby-Doo, where it could be funny if they get Shaggy Kaiju plot and Daphne get the Rokubi curse, but surprise, it was a fake. Like they feel like skeletons. Yeah, in the movie, they're much more skeletal. They break apart, they put themselves back together, they can't do anything right. Definitely the comic relief villains. I do find it funny that they constantly need to rebuild themselves, and at one point they give up and fuse each other together as one monster. They were pretty funny. Wally Wingert and D. Bradley Baker voiced the Skeleton Men in the movie and did a pretty good job. I couldn't even tell it was Wally Wingert. Yeah, the Skeleton Men are more so Scooby's enemies. They do chase Velma at one point. They are there. I do like the funny moments they have. They were definitely entertaining. I was okay with this change, but yeah, in the show, they were much more eerie, ominous, and much more mysterious than they are in the cartoon. I guess James Gunn just wanted to have more fun with them and submit them to a lot of slapstick, but I'll put them onto A. They were cool in the cartoon and cool in the movie. agree since James Gunn just got less CGI. Show the T-Rex. Alright, we'll go there. Went from aliens to skeletons. Yeah, so they weren't supposed to be skeletons. That's supposed to be like their flesh, kind of like Lord Zed looking outfits, which is why you could tell that they had flesh with the bones and skeletons on them. Alright, next we'll do the Ice Rex, who I might actually put onto S tier. Yep, another kaiju Scooby monster. The Scooby Gang goes to Antarctica, and they bump into a prehistoric ice dinosaur. This one was honestly really cool and creative. Alright, so Scooby and the gang go to Antarctica and accidentally get stranded in the Arctic when they're attacked by a Ice T-Rex. It's supposed to be like a dinosaur. I forgot what it was called, but it's basically this giant kaiju-sized monster out in the snow hunting down the Scooby Gang. Apparently, Professor Kruger disappeared, and they believe that this ice monster took him. We do see this in the beginning. The ice monster is terrorizing like the Arctic, and the gang have to somehow foil this giant-ass monster, and I do really like it. It's cool, it's creative, it is very scary when the gang are fighting giant kaiju monsters, and also leads to a compelling mystery trying to find out how it functions. Like, almost like Lord Zed minions from the Z Putty Patrol. Yeah, that's kind of what they were supposed to be. Oh, it's the North Pole. Okay. It is Jean-Pierre Baptiste. Yeah, okay. We meet only a few suspects. There's Professor Kruger and Jean-Pierre. It turns out it's Jean-Pierre. He's operating this giant Mecha Godzilla suit because there's oil here on the lab. The lab was built on top of an oil field, and he found out there was oil underneath it. He used the dinosaur to scare people off and safeguard his oil digging. He had oil rigs and oil towers built here that were basically drilling for it, and he hid them underneath like Native American totem poles. He like somehow constructed these totem poles without anyone seeing, but yeah, these oil wells were covered by the Native American posts, and when he's chasing the Scooby Gang, he crashes into one and breaks his T-Rex mech, and it breaks open one of the totem poles, revealing that there's an oil well underneath it. Yeah, Jean-Pierre was trying to steal oil from the people in the research lab and not let anyone in on it to line his own pockets. So he apparently made enough money to fund this giant Mecha Godzilla mech, dress it up as a monster, and scare away any curious onlookers until the Scooby Gang foiled his plans. Nanook. The best sound effect is used in a 1982 thing. Yep, it's Jean-Pierre Baptiste. So, I like the gang fighting kaiju-sized monsters, and this one was definitely a cool one. Much better than the dinosaur from What's New, Scooby-Doo. I will put it onto S tier. Next is the other witch. The Salem Witch. Alright, so the Scooby Gang go to Salem before they even went in the witch's ghost, and they encounter the evil witch ancestor of another one of their best friends. The Scooby Gang is going here, it's a Halloween episode, and they're visiting another friend in Salem. She, lives in this mansion. However, legend has it that her ancestor will come back as a witch and destroy and get revenge upon the town. Like, we almost got Ice Godzilla. Yeah, we did. This is the evil witch ancestor, who, honestly, I might actually put onto S tier. Yeah, I actually do like her, too. We'll put her under the shark, man. Honestly, not gonna lie, I thought this witch was kind of hot. They gave her a really sexy, evil design. Yeah, is it just me, or does this witch look kind of hot? They gave her, a really cute looking face and made her look like a sexy demon girl. But yeah, the witch is actually a pretty cool villain too. The Scooby Gang goes to Salem. The witch looks just like just like their best friend, and the best friend is framed for a crime she didn't commit. The townsfolk go back to the old witch hunting ways when they see a witch is about haunting the area, attacking people and terrorizing the land. Her ghost rose from the grave, so she's technically a witch's ghost, and she's scaring the town until they surrender all their valuables. The town believes that it's actually their best friend. The ghost is actually framing somebody else for the crimes. The Scooby Gang find out that their friend is being framed as the witch, and the townspeople are hunting her down, believing that she's the witch, and are trying to kill her. And, of course, it's taking place during Halloween. Scooby conveniently gets a witch costume from Shaggy, and looks just like this witch's outfit. And the Salem people believe Scooby is actually the witch, too, and chase after him and Shag. The witch does look hot. Thank you, V Scorpio. I thought she looked very pretty, honestly. Yeah, no, how weird is it? This was supposed to look scary, but she looks kind of hot, honestly. Arlene Wilcox. Thank you. I had the name on the tip of my tongue, but couldn't remember it. I wish your outfit could have been Daphne Blake's Halloween costume. No, instead it was Scooby's. Yeah, and the villain of Arlene Wilcox, long-lost sister, yep. This is pretty much Scooby-Doo, the Witch's Ghost, before it was even a thing. Exactly, it takes place in 1978, confirming a timeline in the show. So, this is the witch, Arlene Wilcox. Not gonna lie, she does look kind of hot. It definitely helps that her witch robes kind of cling to her body, too, and she has a really pretty face, honestly. So, she looks like a warped version of their friend Lisa Wilcox. I believe that's her name. I think that's her name, like, it's Wilcox, but yeah. She looks like their best friend. The Scooby Gang is trying to clear their friend's name. The townspeople are going back to old Salem witch trial kind of way, chasing them. Scooby is dressed as a witch for Halloween and looks just like this character. They mistake Scooby as the witch and try to kill him, leading to a lot of wacky antics. It is a very fun episode. Again, it's kind of the prototype to the Witch's Ghost before that movie became a thing, but that's what made it kind of fun. So, who is the witch? Well, after doing some digging, it's a very creative twist. The reason why the witch looks so much like their friend Lisa Wilcox is because it's actually her long-lost twin sister. Her twin sister was trying to con her twin out of her money and inheritance, using the old witch legend. She was trying to frame her cousin and get her killed by her witch antics, framing her, letting their cousin die in her place, and coming back seemingly to inherit the estate and will legally, gaining all the family fortune, and revealing herself as the sister, that she's not a witch, she's a human relative. And yeah, basically a kind of dark plot where she wanted her sister out of the way. She wanted to steal her own sister's money, inheritance, and even house, and was working with the Gravedigger on this all along. The Gravedigger was a character who appeared earlier in this episode, and he was completely in cahoots with the evil sister. I'm back. Sorry I missed a lot. Hey, Miko. It's 1978. Why would they still hunt them down? Well, they were stupid. They fell for the trick that it was a real witch. Why not split the inheritance? Well, the sister was a greedy bitch. So, the one thing I hate is that we never see them unmask the sister. Apparently this was like a makeup job. She looks like her sister because she is her sister's twin. It turns out they hid that the twin was secretly born. She like crossed off her name on the birth certificate and was trying to gaslight and make her and set up her sister's death in order to steal the inheritance and keep it all for herself. She was gonna split the money with like the Gravedigger to help her basically gaslight her own twin. The Scooby Gang comedically foils that plan. Hilariously, they ruined Fred's trap, but then the sister got caught anyway because she accidentally ran into an open grave, and kind of an anticlimactic defeat of her, all things considered. But Yeah, she's caught, she's exposed, she finds out it's actually her twin sister. They never take the mask or makeup off, which always disappointed me. Yeah, I know she would have looked just like the character we are following, but still, you're not gonna have a Scooby-Doo unmasking. So Gravesdigger and Evil Twin are taken away and sent to prison, and the Scooby Gang has a happy Halloween. I really like this witch. I'm gonna put her onto S tier. She's really cool, very creepy, honestly funny at times, and surprisingly hot for an evil witch. So yeah, definitely one of my favorites. Scooby-Doo does it again with their Halloween specials. Why not split the inheritance? She was a greedy bitch, okay? She's gone to S tier. Love the Wilcox witch. Speaking of S tier, the Tar Monster. Yep, this is the show which spawned the Tar Monster. Tar Monster also going on to S tier. Yep, we finally made it to Tar Monster. Alright, gotta get me some more water, but let's get excited and hype up the Tar Man. I'll be right back, just gotta get more to drink. Alright, I'm back, ready to splat the Tar Monster. The Scooby Gang goes to Turkey and uncover the Tar Monster. The Scooby Gang is apparently there on an archaeological dig with this professor guy. They're trying to find ancient artifacts from a long-lost civilization, only to encounter the Tar Monster. The Tar Monster, believe it or not, is actually not a mutant. It's actually an elemental guardian safeguarding the tomb the archaeologists are studying. Yeah, the Tar Monster's origin is actually surprising. It's really this elemental guardian made of tar trying to protect the treasure in the tomb, and it's attacking the archaeological team because it believes it's trying to basically steal the treasure. They think they're trying to take the treasure, disrupting the tomb, and it's an ancient spirit trying to attack the people invading this land. It's honestly kind of shocking. I thought this thing would be a mutant for sure, but no, it's a great guardian apparently. Catch up on comments. Now it's time for the monster people use for special art. Are talking about the witch or the Tar Monster? I like Daphne Blake as a witch. Could she be as hotter than the Goblin King version? Maybe. The Tar Monster was in Cyber Chase and Monsters Unleashed. Like, this is better than the Mud Monster from Goosebumps? Absolutely. Like, is it normal tar or hot tar? I believe hot tar. They, like, pass by some tar pits on their way to the temple. Anything is better than that shit monster who got defeated in a lame way. Yeah, Courtney femsplaining the monster to death. Byzantius is basically a Byzantium and an ancient Greek city. I was talking about the Tar Monster. Okay. Okay, so Scooby and the gang go to an ancient temple. The Tar Monster is there, get into wacky antics, a lot of chase scenes. So the Tar Monster is actually pretty creepy in this. There's a lot of shadowy shots, and they play up the weird, mysterious, godlike being angle very well in this show. The tar monster can travel through tar pits. Apparently there's tar leaking through this entire temple. There's literally like a lake made of tar, and it turns out the tar monster is using this lake to tunnel through into the temple. Yep, in a dark, ironic twist, the tar monster is the one who's actually stealing treasure from this temple, using the tar monster legend to frighten away the Turkish government and the curious looky-loos. Yeah, the Scooby Gang get into chase scenes, have a lot of fun antics, go around an ancient temple. The tar monster is pretty creepy. He looks like how he does in the cyber chase. He has a big green pupil with like no black eyes in there. They did kind of alter his design in Monsters Unleashed, but yeah. Who was the tar monster? He was actually one of the archaeologists who allegedly disappeared. It turns out he's wearing like this deep diver suit and had tar drenched over it. Yeah, the tar monster is actually in a deep diver suit that dives through the tar and constructed the outfit apparently around the deep diver suit. Not sure how he like forms a mouth on it, but yeah. He's actually dressed in like a deep diver suit. He faked his disappearance and he broke into the temple through the tar lake that leaks into it so he could steal ancient artifacts and pawn them somewhere. Shaggy owns a fez. Yeah, he does. His defeat is an air compressor trapped in a bubble. Yeah, they defeat the tar monster by planting this air hose down there. It compresses air, and they trap the tar monster in a bubble of his own tar. I'm surprised the tar monster's from Turkey. That a location I wouldn't expect from the Scooby Gang to visit. And it's an ancient spirit. Yeah, I did not expect it. Yeah, Mr. Stoner is the tar monster. He was working with the archaeologists, faked his disappearance, and pretended the tar monster killed him. But no, he really was the tar monster, and he used their own equipment to basically tunnel in his own secret passage to steal these ancient artifacts from under the Turkish government. He's arrested, he's trapped in like an air bubble. They launch him out, he falls, exposed. His suit is actually a diving suit. The gang depower him, and he's arrested by the Turkish government, and the Scooby Gang are true heroes to the Middle East. Though, the tar monster apparently proved to be so popular that he would come back in a lot of future Scooby media. He's referenced a lot. He reappears in the cyber chase as one of the Phantom Virus's henchmen. He's the one who goes after the two Shaggies. He does actually look like his cartoon counterpart, much more than the Monsters Unleashed version does. But yeah, the tar monster is one of the minions that chases the Scooby Gang too. He tries to kill the two Shaggies, gets defeated by being put in that cotton candy glob. Hilarious that there was no cotton candy glob monster, but yeah. He's one of the Phantom Virus's goons, shows up in all those chase scenes in the final level. Then he also reappears in Monsters Unleashed. And they actually give the tar monster like a final boss kind of energy. The tar monster is one of the monsters that Scooby and Shag accidentally bring to life, and he's like super OP. He can spread tar everywhere like an element. He wrecks the road. He traps everyone in tar, strangles that guy with his tar tentacles. He traps the people of Coolsville in his trap. Then he shows up as the final boss in the climax of the movie. "Now you are stuck in my trap." The Scooby Gang actually struggled to defeat the tar monster because his powers are super OP. I guess Jacobo finally realized the tar monster was an elemental god because he's spreading his tar everywhere like a final level. We need a female tar monster. I think that's Lady Clayface. The nearest tar pit is the Ukraine. So why not they travel to Ukraine? Probably to avoid political controversy. Also in Cyber Chase, tar monster gets Shaggy since Chase Daphne Blake's will get some fetish. Feels like ink bendy. Kind of. I do like the tar monster being involved in Monsters Unleashed. They gave him a lot of power-ups in that movie. He's like literally almost murdering the gang. Fred, Daphne, Velma, and even Shaggy almost get swallowed by the tar monster. He's like literally drowning them. Velma is like being suffocated at one point. Daphne is like getting crushed by his hand. And yeah, Shaggy and Fred are dying very slower. But what's the one weakness to the tar monster? A fire extinguisher that shoots ice. Yeah, kind of out of nowhere, Scooby finds a fire extinguisher and it apparently shoots ice, which freezes the tar monster. Again, it is kind of cartoon logic. It's a kid's movie, but yeah, he freezes the tar monster Iceman style, and they duke it out in a badass fight scene where Scooby's finally brave and standing up to the monster to save his friends. The tar monster gets like totally wrecked. Come here, you worthless mutt! Then Scooby like charges and freezes him to death. The tar monster's defeated and frozen, and Scooby of course gets the control panel back in place and kills them all. Does freezing tar actually work, or is it movie logic? It is movie logic. It is full-blown movie logic. Like fire extinguisher is his weakness. That and air compressors. We need an ink monster blob on Scooby-Doo. We got the Scooby Snacks monster. Yeah, he like freezes. You can't do this to me! Who do you think you are? Scooby-Dooby-Doo! And yeah, Scooby kills them all. The tar monster has that hilarious over-dramatic death. Oh no! Ooh. And he like faints. Yeah, the tar monster is depowered at the end with all the other costumes. Really funny seeing him back. Apparently the tar monster is huge in the Scooby-Doo community, so I'll give him an S tier. Really liked him and was shocked at how compelling his backstory is. Yeah, the tar monster is not like a radioactive mutant or something. He's literally a demigod entity, an elemental guardian who haunts a temple, so that was a nice surprise. We'll put him on S tier. Yeah, does freezing tar actually work? I think it's movie logic. Alright, now let's get back to the same old Scooby-Doo stuff. Scooby-Doo goes to Loch Ness to encounter the Loch Ness Monster and the ghost bagpipe player. Alright, Loch Ness Monster, I will give this guy an A tier. Yeah, I'll put him low, but the ghost of the old bagpipe player, he's going on to B. Yeah, gonna be honest. You know, I'll put him under the Willowa at least. The Scooby Gang go to Scotland. Apparently they have a friend there who runs the castle in Scotland. There's a sea monster haunting the area. The sea monster is the Loch Ness Monster. Yeah, this was Scooby-Doo and the Loch Ness Monster before it became a movie too. There's this evil ghost bagpipe player. He was the owner of the castle, and he's summoning the Loch Ness Monster with his evil music. In reality, the bagpipes are actually remote control, controlling the Loch Ness Monster. The Loch Ness Monster is an animatronic. It's a robot that can deep dive, and it's under the control of this guy's bagpipes. The Scotsman is actually the former owner of the castle and allegedly haunting it. And it's another weird scheme in line with the Willowa scheme. Yeah, the ghost of Macduff. Like before, what's the new version? Yeah, it's before the Scooby-Doo and the Loch Ness Monster. This Loch Ness Monster, honestly kind of alright. It's a giant monster terrorizing the gang. Who doesn't love the evil dinosaur in Lake Loch Ness legend? That is pretty cool. I will say What's New did it better. They gave him a more scarier design, but this one, not too bad. Not too much story either, because like the bull, it's an animatronic. The real mastermind is the ghost of Macduff. Macduff is actually what's her name? Aggie's coworker. Her coworker who's like the doorman at the castle. He's an assistant who works with Aggie. He stayed behind. He's the only employee who stayed behind. It turns out he's running a bootleg smuggling operation here too. The castle is full of bootleg merch in the unused section of the castle, and he's been using the Loch Ness Monster as a transport to transport his cargo to people across the lake, and using the castle for his criminal operations because people are too scared to come to it, believing it's haunted. Yeah, Jamie Craigsmore. Aggie McDuff, yeah, that's who she is. The only castle located by Loch Ness is Urgahart. Yeah, okay, so, once again, it's another smuggling operation. He's making counterfeit bootleg merch in the castle, using the legend of the old castle owner to scare people off. The Loch Ness Monster is attacking people and also acting as his cargo ship. It's scaring people, and Scooby and the gang uncover the mystery. They defeat him when Scooby finds another control for the Loch Ness Monster, turning his own monster against him, where the monster bites him and suspends him, where they unmask him as Aggie's co-worker. He was only staying by to basically carrying on his business and wanted everyone out of the castle to turn it into his evil HQ. Yeah, I think the Macduff is a much weaker monster, but the Loch Ness Monster, pretty cool. I'll put it on an A, but it'll be easily outclassed by superior C monsters. It's amazing how many crooks and costumes there are in this series. There are. Alright, we're almost at the end. We're at the final string. Alright, next is Jinkies. It's Old Iron Face. Old Iron Face. Going on to... I will put him on to A. I'll put him behind the demon, but above Dr. Coffin. Yep, here he is, Old Iron Face. Old Iron Face was once an evil pirate locked up in Alcatraz prison. He was so evil and so hideous that the warden ordered an Iron Face to be glued over his real face so he wouldn't have to look at it again. Yeah, Iron Face got his name because there's literally a mask welded over his face so people would never have to look at him ever again. He was tortured in prison and allegedly died here, where he became a ghost haunting Alcatraz Island. Yet, before What's New Scooby-Doo, the Scooby Gang went to Alcatraz Island. They find out there's a ghost haunting the beach, and it's another kind of weird one in the same vein as the creepy Heat from the Deep. Old Iron Face is a ghost pirate with an iron destro mask sort of burnt onto his face, kind of Doctor Doom style, and that is a really creepy origin alone. I do like how hardcore they go on some of these backstories. Yeah, he was an evil pirate until he got arrested, and the warden ordered an iron face welded onto his real face. Old Iron Face. Old Iron Face. I still remember seeing his face in Frank and Creepy, and he was voiced by Corey Burton. Yeah, he was. It's amazing how many crooks in this series. So, Pirate Doctor Doom. Yeah, kind of. Mama Mione is the ghost. Yep. Wonder Iron Face's cellmate is the San Fran Psycho. That would be a pretty funny reference, but no, Old Iron Face was in Alcatraz prison. The gang investigate Alcatraz Island to find out what's going on here, stumbling upon a mystery. Old Iron Face, rides these really cool robot sharks. They're like a dog sled, but with sharks pulling the sled. He's riding mechanical sharks, chasing people. It is a really cool looking monster out. Really cool looking monster design, won't lie. Really badass powers too. Scooby and the gang investigate Alcatraz Island. Who is Old Iron Face? Old Iron Face is actually a woman, exactly like the San Fran Psycho. It's Mama Mione. She's really a cook who works at a Denny's restaurant on the other side of San Francisco. Mama Mione was actually a former champion water skier, which is how Old Iron Face had this cool water skiing ability and was able to master those skills and powers using the mechanical sharks. She used Alcatraz Island, as I kid you not, a base to help hide criminals and escort them across the border. Apparently, criminals come to her. She gives them like a safe space to hide in Alcatraz Island. Parts of the island were like converted into like this five-star hotel. She's giving them like sanctuary and transporting them across the border in her mechanical sharks. The mechanical sharks are made from hollowed out torpedoes. She's riding them as old Iron Face to scare people off so they don't see her, helping them like get over the border and out of the country. Wonder if Iron Face's cellmate was the San Fran Psycho. Daphne Blake was the only female in a bikini and Velma wears a one piece. Yeah, she did. I just remember that 2 people from this list and 2 others from your previous list team show up in Scooby-Doo, Franken Creepy. Yeah, Mama Mione came back in Franken Creepy, and oddly, she was like not disguised as a man this time, but they do use old Iron Face's mask again, which was a dead giveaway. So, yeah, Scooby and the gang foil her. They foil her entire scheme. Through a hilarious water chase, Shaggy and Scooby steal 2 of her shark torpedoes to get away, have a chase scene, and she crashes, unmasking that old Iron Face was a woman. It was Mama Mione. She was secretly running this underground smuggling ring, smuggling people this time, and they foil her operation. But this would not be the last we see of Mama Mione, because she came back in Franken Creepy. Yep, she also came back in Franken Creepy. Who is Mama Mione in the movie? She was the evil housekeeper. Yeah, when Velma inherits the Frankenstein's castle, we meet this really creepy old lady. She's the housekeeper who tends to the house. She is actually Mama Mione in disguise. She's helping the other bad guys work this angle, trying to get revenge and gaslight the Scooby Gang. And she's the one who helps brainwash Velma into being hypnotized into being an evil, mad scientist witch. I remember that weird scene where she puts something down her dress, and it sounds like a slot machine is like falling 5 stories down like a bottomless pit. It is a really weird adult joke. Daphne swimsuit in pink with no straps. Well, she can really carry herself. What funny is that the housekeeper had a man's voice. Also, we saw Iron Face in Cyber Chase. Yeah, she is in there. In Franken Creepy, they do kind of give away that the villains are working together, because she gave her old Iron Face mask to the new villain, giving you a huge clue that it's former villains coming to get revenge. And yeah, it was obviously not changed. They really should have given it a new design. But yeah, she of course gets exposed at the end, and they were foiled by their own need to kill the Scooby Gang. But old Iron Face would also appear in the Cyber Chase. He's the mini-boss who chases the Velma twins. Yeah, Velma got old Iron Face chasing them, and hilariously they accidentally almost kill him, where they lose their glasses, accidentally bump into him, and he trips and falls in a hot wax, which somehow doesn't kill him. And old Iron Face also got chased off by a goat. He like chases them in the petting zoo, and the papa goat hits him and he falls into the eggs. Really funny. Yeah, old Iron Face was in Cyber Chase. He's the one who chases the Velmas. And pretty funny, not gonna lie, but I will give classic old Iron Face definitely an A. Creative backstory and really cool, badass supervillain type of character. This was an awesome character, but not one that stood out to me, so some points lost, but I'll put it on A for effort. Cartoon logic. Had to leave for a bit. Glad to see Tar Monsters on S tier. Yeah, and we're wrapping up old Iron Face, one of the other Cyber Chase monsters. Yeah, he was on there. Next is our last Cyber Chase cameo, Jaguaro. Oh boy, I know some people really like this monster. To me, Jaguaro's kind of a mixed bag. I might be putting him onto B. Yeah, I'll put him I'll put him over Ebenezer. Yeah, Jinkies, it's Jaguaro! Jaguaro is another weird magical guardian. The Scooby Gang go to South America. They accidentally have to have their plane land here and inadvertently stumble upon a mystery. Jaguaro is the mysterious, godlike entity who watches over these native people. Jaguaro is a giant gorilla with a jaguar's head. Yeah, it is a very unique design. He's a hybrid monster. He has a jaguar's head, or a jaguar's head, and a monkey's body, like a giant gorilla. The Scooby Gang get lost here on their way to Mardi Gras, and of course have to stumble upon a mystery. So, I don't like the voice for this thing because it's clearly a man trying to sound like an animal. Cyber Chase really upgraded him by giving him an actual jaguar's roar. Yeah, the chimera of the saber-toothed tiger and the gorilla. Okay, my mistake. Next, Jaguaro. Yep, they go to Brazil. To be honest, I didn't know about Jaguaro until Cyber Chase. What an odd monster. An interesting monster in concept, and it appears in Cyber Chase. Yes, it does. I'll talk about the episode first. First, the Scooby Gang lands in, like, Brazil. They're lost in this native tribal area. They're being hunted by the vicious natives, Indiana Jones style, and Jaguaro. Jaguaro is attacking the area. We find out Jaguaro's actually trying to steal treasure from under these natives, using their own god and folklore against them. The Scooby Gang meet like only a few characters. There's like the pilot, and then there's this weird park ranger type of guy. It's kind of obvious who it is as the episode moves on, but yeah, wacky chase scene. They go over a bridge. A lot of it Indiana Jones and old serial type of adventuring. They accidentally fall off a bridge over a river, and Jaguaro gets hit by like a guard tower. Shaggy, and Scooby go surfing down the Amazon River, and apparently the costume got torn to shreds while submerged. We find out it's actually the Ranger guy. Yeah, the Ranger guy was like stealing treasures and using their own Jaguaro god against them, trying to pretend that he was their entity punishing the natives, but really trying to steal everything from under them. He was actually there trying to basically dupe the natives, and the Scooby Gang unfortunately ruined his scheme. And they unmask him, and the Scooby Gang makes it to Brazil on time, where Scooby and the gorilla become best friends. Yeah, it's Barney. You're going to Brazil? Yeah, it's Barney. That was his name. He's kind of like, he's like this weird ranger guy. He has like a speedboat. That was his name, Barney. He's like going around on like a speedboat, pretending he's a nice guy, but nope, he was the Jaguaro guy all along. So, Jaguaro would come back on Cyber Chase. Once again, we have another villain of the Phantom Virus. I think this is our last one too, by the way. Yeah, it is our last one. Jaguaro comes back. He's in the Cyber Chase as one of the minions. He's the one who goes after the twin Scoobies. Yep, Scooby gets stuck with the most animalistic henchman, Jaguaro. Scooby and Cyber Scooby get into wacky chase scenes with him, and it's pretty funny. They like go on the merry-go-round and knock him out. They go on the log ride. Jaguaro accidentally falls off the log ride to his defeat. Though, I think it was kind of a reference to how he was defeated in the original cartoon, because the original Jaguaro was also kind of killed and defeated by a waterfall. He, like, fell down the water and the costume broke apart. How funny, we only got one monster from Where Are You? Yeah, the Creeper was the only one. Most of the Cyber Chase monsters were from this show. We got Jaguaro, we got the Gator Ghoul, the Tar Monster, and Old Iron Face. Yeah, 4 out of 5 of them are from this show instead. Jaguaro, honestly, I think was fine. He's not as scary in the original show. I think he got upgraded in the Cyber Chase, but we'll put him on to B. Alright, gotta use my restroom break. If you guys want me to jump ahead and do another one of these monsters earlier, cast your vote right now. Tell me which monsters you're excited about in the chat. I'll be right back. Alright, cat's back, and appropriately, we have a cat monster next. Also, Daphne's scarf was purple instead of green, has the animation error. How funny, we only got one monster from Where Are You? Unrelated, but did you know that O.J. Simpson was first considered for the Terminator? That would have been pretty fun. Though not sure if he'd be sticking around as Arnold would. Alright, next up, the cat creature. This one was a pretty interesting idea. I might put him low on A tier, though. Alright, we made it to the cat creature. This was definitely one of the more out there experimental episodes of Scooby-Doo. The Scooby Gang visit, was it Daphne's aunt or Velma's aunt? It's one of the girls' aunt. So, one of the relatives is having nightmares where she becomes a cat creature and goes on a crime spree, terrorizing the people of New York, attacking a bunch of innocent bystanders, and stealing valuable jewels. The aunt is like suffering some mental illness, and she believes she's becoming this cat creature. For those who don't know, this is an homage to the horror movie The Cat People. The Cat People was about this woman who turned into a werecat, went around attacking people, was unknowingly turning into an evil cat creature demon, and Scooby-Doo decides to parody that horror movie. Though they take out the allusions to sexual identity that movie had. Yep, they're in New York City. Okay, it was Daphne's Aunt Olivia. Thank you. I knew she was related to one of them. It's a cat creature, but it looks like a comic book villain. Yeah, it's more of a werecat rather than the one from Zombie Island. It is. So, Daphne's Aunt Olivia is having nightmares where she turns into the cat creature, and it's one of the more interesting ideas because apparently the real villain is gaslighting the aunt. She's being hypnotized. Her therapist is actually the cat creature. The therapist is actually using this mentally ill woman to pose as the criminal he really is. So, I kind of thought at first Aunt Olivia was the one donning the costume, but no, it's actually her therapist. Her therapist is actually a corrupt guy, using her as a scapegoat and pinning all the blame onto her. He pretends he's helping her, but really is mind controlling her and gaslighting her into believing she's really the villain attacking New York. The cat creature honestly has a pretty unique design. He's like a human cat monster hybrid, wears like this weird red cape, I guess to look supernatural. The cat creature is a cat burglar, going around breaking into buildings, stealing valuables and jewels, that sort. The therapist is actually the cat creature. He has a secret room next door to the aunt's apartment where he places himself in her bed so he could leave cat prints everywhere to make her think that she's turning into a monster. It is kind of a weird out there scheme. The therapist is actually stealing from these places and leaving some of the loot on her to basically frame her for it, using her as basically his patsy. And I will say, I do like the design of this creature. Apparently there's a graveyard where there's a mausoleum dedicated to the cat creature. All these creepy statues. Dr. Bell, that was his name. Like, why can't this plot be Cry of the Cats? Yeah, it should have. And Daphne Blake have an animation error with her pink pantyhose disappearing. Like, why show her bare feet? Because the animators forgot to draw them. Okay, so I do like the cat creature as a concept. It's scaling buildings, it's clawing through stuff, has this jaguar-looking head, almost looks like a supervillain at times, and the twist is that was really the therapist all along. It is kind of obvious, but I will say I didn't know he was dressing up as the monster too. I thought for sure he was like brainwashing Aunt Olivia to do it, but no, he pulled all these great schemes and mental gymnastics to become the cat creature. That chasing in the elevator with Scooby is definitely funny, and instant animation upgrade in this episode. The cat creature moves very fluidly. I will put it on to A. I thought it was a cool idea and very vicious monster. Scooby-Doo should do werecats more often, because this one is definitely an awesome one. Alright, just catch up on comments. Alright, so that one's an awesome one. Alright, another S tier one. The Evil Mantis. This one's for you, Manny. Evil Mutant Mantis going on to S tier. Yeah, I actually really like this thing. It helps that it looks kind of like Zorak from the Space Ghost and Brack show. Alright, so the Scooby Gang go to the Botanical Gardens and accidentally stumble upon a monster afoot. They're visiting Velma's old professor, who's now living at this Botanical Gardens. They want to see the gardens and see their friend. Velma really idolizes this professor guy and stumble upon a mystery. There's a giant mutant praying mantis that's terrorizing people. There's this cool big-ass insect-looking guy, and I really like this thing. I thought it was a cool design, really vicious monster, basically a mutant insect creature, and I really love it. Can you do the Manny voice?
Yes, consume the human children.
That one's for you, Manny. Like Vulture Claw Island. Also, this is an oil plot again. Yeah, it is. It's kind of a retread. Also, Toei Animation would commission to do a sketch of Ultra Instinct Shaggy.
Ultra Instinct Shaggy is overhyped.
Yeah, it was Professor Greer. So, I did really love this episode, and the monster especially was really cool. This giant mantis is like breaking through walls, using secret entrances in the mansion and botanical gardens. The Scooby Gang stumble upon a mystery. Don't worry, Akira, Daphne gets abducted again, this time by the mantis. Shaggy and Scooby are almost fed to like a pet crocodile trap, and Fred and Velma follow a lot of mysterious characters. We meet the professor, we meet this intern who looks up to the professor, we meet the grouchy groundskeeper, we meet this really pushy, sketchy real estate agent. Really, the mantis could have been anyone, and it's a lot better at the mystery.
Yes, yes, consume the human children.
Ah, this one's for you, Manny. Yep, Daphne got kidnapped in the gardener's building. She was like locked up in there in a sack, of course. So, who was the mantis? It was actually Velma's college professor. Yeah, it was Professor Greer all along. In an actually genuinely surprising twist. They do a good job throwing you off because there's so many sketchy characters, and the professor is in two different places at once. Like, he's in the house when the mantis was last seen outside. They do drop hints that it is him. Like, he has mud on his shoes. He's showing up at places conveniently the mantis should be at, and yeah, it's a very interesting and compelling mystery. And we do meet a lot of sketchy characters who throw you off. They have the obvious red herring, both the grouchy groundskeeper and the really pushy real estate agent who acts very suspicious. It turns out it was none of them. It was Professor Greer. Why? Because he discovered while operating the botanical gardens, there's oil here. There's oil underneath the island, and he was trying to steal it for himself. He wasn't selling to the real estate agent, and he was scaring off all the employees, including the UPS man at the beginning of the episode, trying to pretend there was a monster here so he could steal oil. There was oil under the island, and it was all a scheme to scare everyone. Velma is betrayed by another teacher she looked up to. The gang foil him. They use a trapping book from Fred's book. Yeah, kind of foreshadowing Mystery Incorporated. Fred actually gave the gang all like a handbook telling them of what moves and traps to do next, and Shaggy and Scooby actually save the day. They crash a chandelier on the giant mantis. Yeah, she was in the gardener's building. Like why Velma can't just find good professors that can't become villains. Velma has a very sad background, okay? The plot is The Fly by Vincent Price. Yeah, kind of. I suspected as much when they referenced the research lab and apparently they were making insect-plant hybrids. They teased that the mantis monster was like an experiment gone horribly wrong. It escaped from the lab of this old mad scientist and is roaming the island. It is a tribute to Vincent Price's The Fly, how he was studying insects, but this one actually is a mantis. I do kind of laugh at how this thing looks like Zorak. I mean, doesn't this look like a little like a prototype Zorak from Space Ghost?
So long, suckers.
Alright, so Giant Mutant Mantis, really cool. This one's for you, Manny. He's going on to S tier. Love evil mutant insect monsters, especially on Scooby-Doo. This episode, honestly an underrated one. I really like him. Perfect 10. Also, next is The Phantom, where Robot Chicken made Velma's live love scene. Vincent Price. I don't think that one's next. Alright, next is The Ghost of Gene Simmons. There's nowhere you can run. This guy actually creeped me out as a kitten. That opening scene really scarred me for life, where he's the Phantom of the radio station, and he literally attacks someone in kind of this serial killer slasher movie type of opening. He's chasing like this songwriter, and as far as we know, like, kills him. There's nowhere you can run from me. The Ghost of Gene Simmons. Honestly, might go on to A tier. Yeah, I'll put him under the Ghost of Captain Clemens. Also, while Daphne Blake playing the piano, her legs is exposed. You're weird, Akira. Okay, so the Ghost of Gene Simmons. It is kind of funny how this guy looks like a rejected Kiss member. This is the Phantom of the radio station. He's honestly kind of a creepy, kind of clown-like character. He's supposed to be a ghost of a rock star. He haunts the radio station, abducts like a songwriter, and is after a mysterious song left behind by the guy he abducted. The paper actually has a song telling people a message that he's actually the corrupt CEO of the radio station. You know, for kids. Yeah, watch the opening of this guy's episode. It looks like something out of an R-rated horror movie. He's like chasing him down the halls. We see a lot of creepy shadows. The guy's like running down the hall trying to find a door that'll open. We hear him coming closer, and the last we ever see of him, he's like cackling evilly and towering over him. He's like, no! Feels like something out of a hardcore R-rated movie. Well, that was the animation error that makes the scene weird. Also, Ace Decade. Yeah, that was him. A family picture. Yeah, it is one of the scariest openings of the show. It scared me forever as a kitten, but now I am able to watch it, and it's still pretty scary, honestly. But this villain, really creepy, really deranged, kind of a combination of a ghost clown and a ghost rock star. A lot of people poke fun of how he looks like Gene Simmons. He even has his weird makeup mask on him. I hope Gene Simmons watched this episode. He might get a good kick out of this. So, kind of a ghost rock star chasing the Scooby Gang around the radio station. It is kind of a funny episode, honestly, but they find out he's actually the CEO of the radio station. He's been stealing music and basically trying to pirate it. He's stealing, like, songs and selling it to people, basically pirating it on the side. Yeah, what was his name? Ace Decade? Yeah. Did I miss the whole thing? No, we got a few characters left. We're on the Ghost of Gene Simmons. Like Rocker Joker. Yeah. A family picture. So, it turns out it was actually Ace. He was the manager of the radio station, and he was stealing from his own company to line his own pockets by selling bootleg music on the side. He was swiping cassette tapes they were recording at the station and hiding them in trash cans outside the studio to smuggle them to his outside contact. It turns out he was after this guy because he figured him out. He wrote a message in the song exposing his crimes, kind of like the Creeper. He's after this paper because it can expose his entire identity and operation. And of course, Shaggy and Scooby get their paws on this paper. He chases after him, and in a really goofy, over-the-top climax, he's trying to grab the paper airplane Scooby's riding and fumbles and falls into the recording equipment, catching himself. Yeah, kind of a letdown ending to this guy, but I honestly found him very creepy. He had that really disturbing reverb voice, looks like a ghost clown, and the intro alone really earned his fear points. But yeah, he's defeated, he's unmasked. It was Evil Ace, the CEO, who wanted to rob his own company, and basically they find out the paper was really the clue all along, and they find out he locked the guy in the closet. Yeah, don't worry, he didn't murder him. He was just locked and left for dead inside a storage closet that was hidden away. But yeah, it turns out everything is good, and he's going to prison for stealing music. Well, I read the show, technical glitch of the animation of the show. Okay, read that one. Daphne attractive like Wiki never lies. Okay, so yeah, this ghost radio phantom I actually thought was pretty awesome. We'll put him on to A. His intro alone really terrified me, but pretty fun and crazy villain. Next is Cookie Monster. Actually, this is the Moon Monster. The Scooby Gang go to China, or more specifically a Chinese palace, and encounter the Moon Monster. And yeah, it is kind of hard to ignore. This thing looks like Cookie Monster. We'll be putting Cookie Monster onto B tier. Yeah, so the Scooby Gang goes to a Chinese palace, find out it's haunted by this Cookie Monster. This design, not one of my favorites. I cannot get over how he looks like a Sesame Street character. Like, this is just like Chinese Cookie Monster. They give him like this big buff Hulk body, but the doofy face and the Ani mask eyes look really off. So the Scooby Gang goes to a Chinese palace, befriend this rich Chinese prince. Apparently, the monster is haunting him until he gives up all his valuable treasure and his golden jewels, everything that is worth to him. And it gets kind of obvious who the Moon Monster is. We only meet like 3 suspects in this. There's the prince, there's his creepy uncle, and there's his creepy grandfather. The uncle is actually a fan of ancient Chinese tools, and the monster allegedly turns people to stone. We see the uncle is like turned into a statue, and they hone in on these tools, showing that they were recently used. Yeah, the Moon Monster. Chin Wong Sing is the Moon Monster. Yeah, surprise, it was the creepy uncle. He was trying to con his own nephew into abandoning the treasures so he could steal the gold for himself. In a very bizarre plan, he wanted him to give up all the valuables, put them in a bag, and throw them down the river, where they would return to nature or something. But the uncle, like, crafted this cave, which would send a current and have the jewels flow towards him, where he would steal them in disguise as the Moon Monster. Looks like this was what happened when Cookie Monster only eats fortune cookie rather than chocolate chip cookies. Yeah. Feels like a rejected Mighty Morphin Power Rangers villain. Yeah, he does. Yeah, it was a creepy uncle. He was trying to con his nephew and steal the jewels. This design really did not do it for me. I never really found it scary, even as a kitten. And the really goofy looking face, I know they tried to mash it with an Ani demon, but it did not come out looking good. I cannot unsee Cookie Monster as the villain. So, of course, they catch him. They use the secret passages against him. He's sent flying and falling in the water where his costume falls off, revealing it was Evil Uncle. And the powers are cool. He can actually turn people into stone, but that's really about it. The design didn't do it for me. Kind of an slightly better Jaguaro, but I'm putting him onto B tier. Alright, final 5. Let's go. The Ghostly Gondolier. I actually like this villain. I'm going to put him onto S tier. Yep, the Scooby Gang goes to Venice, where they bump into the ghostly gondolier. And yeah, he does kind of look like a prototype Skeletor, but that's kind of made him stick out. I really love the shadowy face. He wears a hood and has this creepy glow-in-the-dark Jake the Snake looking face. He's dressed kind of like an old-fashioned bandit. The ghostly gondolier, underrated. Really like him. He's like going creepily down the river on his gondola boat, has that staff he uses as a weapon, and the face is what's really creepy. Has that glow-in-the-dark Jake the Snake looking face, those eyes, and that creepy cackle. Another memorable ghost, absolutely. Okay, it is Oni. Okay, my mistake. Daphne Blake gets kidnapped by the stuffed bag and locked in a cell. Yeah, Daphne Blake gets abducted in this episode again. I actually kind of laughed at that scene where she's like shoved into a bag and like he's taking her like a cat across the river. Yeah, that's pretty funny. Daphne gets bagged. She is wearing basically a jewel that the gondolier is after. The ghostly gondolier is after all these jewels across Italy. When the jewels combine, they form a key that will unlock a treasure vault. And the gondolier vowed to one day get his hands on the treasure. It turns out this guy actually was a real person who died, and his spirit has returned. Also based on the Shakespeare Twelfth Night. Yeah, it kind of was. And I actually really like this guy's design. Really creepy voice, too, and much more effective villain. It turns out he's after a treasure. He's stealing all these pieces. Daphne, unfortunately, bought one of the necklaces, so it leads to him abducting her. We meet a few suspects. We meet their friend who lives here overseas, his buddy, this creepy professor who knows so much about the ghostly gondolier's backstory. And they do try to hint that it might be his ancestor. Apparently there was like a feud between these two ancestors, and the gondolier vowed his kin would steal the treasure, and it turned out it was it Antonio? I believe that was his name. Antonio. It was their friend, he was his partner in college. Antonio is the descendant of the ghostly gondolier and took his ancestor's identity upon him to swipe the treasure that was rightfully his. It turns out he like wore fake contact lenses to hide his family's distinct eyes. Oh, Mario. Okay, Mario was the villain. Okay. Mamma mia. Japanese animation company Toei Animation, a few deleted scenes for the show. Doge Malvolio, descendant of Antonio. Okay, my mistake. It was Mario. Yeah, it was the best friend character. He was actually the gondolier, and he wanted to steal the treasure because he believed it was his rightful place. He manages to get all the keys. Then they have that wacky Scooby-Doo chase scene in the dungeon. It leads to this weird chase scene where the gondolier tries to kill Shaggy and Scooby, and they fly on a stone gargoyle. Yeah, it is weird. They are on a gargoyle, they fall over it, and apparently can fly. Yeah, I know, cartoon logic. He chases them. It turns out the ghostly gondolier's boat could shapeshift because it was a raft. It was like a balloon this whole time. They pop his raft. He could shrink and expand it, which explains how it kept changing shape all episode. They send him flying and wrap him up against his own stone gargoyle, unmasking that it was evil Mario. I actually kind of like this villain because it looks really creepy. The face especially is very haunting, and he was actually a guy who died. There's an intricate backstory behind him too, so, you know, I might put him onto S tier. Well, Mario got friend zoned. Wrong, Mario. Cartoon logic. Like, Scooby-Doo should have been animated by Toei Animation. What? Yeah, I agree. Okay, so Ghostly Gondolier, S tier. This villain underrated, really creepy, really badass, and has a pretty haunting design. Plus, he kidnapped Daphne Blake, which automatically makes you a threatening ghoul. So, S tier. Alright, final few. Let's go. Let's knock off the Ghost Conquistador, who, going on to F. Yeah, I wasn't a fan of this one. So, the Scooby-Doo gang goes to Spain, where there's this ghost conquistador who haunts the Fortress of Fear. There's like this ghost super prison. It was run by like the Spaniards, the conquistadors. The gang investigates, and through a very bizarre villain plot, once again, we have a smuggling operation. This ghost warrior is blasting cannons at the people. They believe they're trying to scare the people off, but no, the cannonballs are hiding loot he's transporting by firing across the country. Yeah, Ghost of Juan Carlos. El Moro Fortress. Yep, the Fortress of Fear. It's being haunted by this guy who's stealing stuff and hiding them in cannonballs and launching the cannonballs across the city where his contacts will help steal them. Yeah, it's kind of lame. I'm not a fan of this design either. It's so obviously a normal guy. I do not like when the ghosts look like regular-ass humans. It's just kind of cheap and very off-putting. Yeah, not a very good ghost, and basically the entire episodes are about the gang trying to find their way around this fortress, getting into booby traps. Puerto Rico, not Spain. Okay, my mistake, Puerto Rico. That plan makes no sense. Like, what happens if the loot gets destroyed and it looks bad, planned or bad? Yeah, it really makes no sense. He's like firing cannonballs across the city. Somehow, his contact is supposed to get these cannonballs, like know their exact landing location. It has to take some extreme calculating to find that. And I'm trying to remember who the ghost was. I do not remember it that well because this is not one of my favorite episodes, mostly because the ghost is not very interesting. Basically, he's this guy who ran the fortress, he died, and now he's haunting it. Yeah, Captain Eddie, that's who it was. Also, Daphne gets a red strapless red bikini like the show. Loves to make Daphne Blake hot. Well, she is the hottest character. Yeah, the plan makes no sense. He's stealing stuff, putting it in cannonballs. The ghost barely does anything. It's mostly the set, which is the star. They're like in this labyrinth maze trying to find their way out. The Scooby Gang teams up with this detective guy. They're locked in. Shaggy and Scooby inadvertently save them, and they defeat the monster in their usual accidental way. Yeah, not one of my favorites. He's going on to F tier. Alright, gotta use the restroom. Hopefully one last time, but I'll be back. Get excited, we're in the final 3. Alright, let's finish this puppy. It was Captain Eddie. Like, why not have a red and pink then purple bikini? I guess it matched your colors. Okay, let's do the Warlock of Wimbledon and his Hellhound. Honestly, not a big fan of this guy either. Also going on to F tier. Yeah, this guy does not even look like a monster. This dude looks like a supervillain. He came from like a different cartoon entirely. And also doing his Hellhound, this is his partner in crime. The Hellhound I actually might bump up to D at least. Yeah, it's at least cool that Scooby-Doo had a Hellhound for once in the show. So, the Warlock of Wimbledon, not one of my favorite episodes. This one is another weird one, and it doesn't help that the monster doesn't even look like a monster. He looks like a supervillain. He's a warlock who apparently dresses in like He-Man armor, and he has a pet hellhound. They're haunting a tennis player into quitting the match. Yeah, really, the tennis player is like related to somebody who the warlock attacked, and he's haunting his distant ancestor. The Scooby Gang come to Wimbledon. They help their friend conquer his fear of the warlock of Wimbledon. The tennis player is given a hex where the warlock is gonna curse him. He left him like his magic staff as an omen, and every time he tries to get rid of the staff, it keeps coming back to him. There's a hellhound in the mix. The dog didn't really do all that much either. That's not a Scooby-Doo monster. That looks like a DC or Marvel comic supervillain. Exactly. Nick and John Thomas is Anthos and his devil dog. Yeah, it was actually a guy in a dog suit, which was even weirder. Jimmy Powelton trip and loses glasses. Yep. So, the warlock is basically trying to make this tennis player lose his mind so he'll lose the Wimbledon match. Yeah, that is actually his motive, and it is super lame. The dog is actually a guy in a dog suit. I do love that Scooby-Doo has a hellhound for once, but I don't remember the dog doing as much as the warlock did. They're basically trying to ruin this tennis player's life and gaslight him and haunt him, telling him that he's cursed forever, so he'll lose the Wimbledon tournament. He gives him, like, fake glasses, which is smeared with like a weird chemical that makes him imagine the warlock is in the crowd watching him to like intimidate him. It is a very trippy episode. But yeah, it turns out to be the rival players trying to ruin his match. Yeah, not a big fan of this character. These two do not even look like they came from the same cartoon. This looks like a friggin' supervillain. And the Hellhound, cool idea having Scooby and the gang fight a hellhound, but didn't do much and also feels like they're from a different cartoon. Not a big fan. This one going into F, and this dog going into D. Jimmy Pelton, yeah, he was tripped. It was really Nick and John Thomas as Anthos and the Devil Dog. Yeah, they were basically rivals trying to ruin his tennis career. Awful. Not a good episode. Kind of a mess. But last we have the Sea Monster. Scooby and the gang solve the case of Gillman. The Scooby Gang goes to Canada, which is haunted by a sea monster. The sea monster, I want to end on a positive note, but honestly this one might be going on to B. Yeah, I'll put it on high B at least. Okay, last monster, the series finale monster. It's the sea monster of Bottomless Lake. This is allegedly a monster that lives in the lake and haunts and attacks people. The Scooby Gang go to Bottomless Lake for vacation, only to run afoul of an evil Canadian crime. Yeah, Beast of Bottomless Lake, that's who it was. Yeah, they go to here basically to camp and catch some vacation, only of course to stumble upon a mystery because the Scooby Gang has the worst luck in the world. Okay, so it is so painfully obvious who the monster is. The Scooby Gang questions all the townsfolk, run from the monster, explore the area. A lot more Scooby and Shaggy hijinks in this episode than monster mystery solving. So, we meet a few suspects. There's like this mysterious French guy. He's like a lumberjack who lives here in Canada. There's this girl who runs a market. There's this weird cop, weird farmers. A lot of weird characters. However, it is painfully obvious who it is. It's actually this hippie girl who runs the market. It turns out once again, we got a smuggling operation. She's trying to steal products and transport them across the river of Bottomless Lake to get them into the American border. It's actually this hippie girl disguised as a lake monster. She had like an inflatable suit on. Scooby and Shaggy find like this inflating machine and blow themselves up to scare the monster. Yeah, Julie is the Beast of Bottomless Lake. Yeah, that's her name, Julie. She's like this hippie girl who runs a market, and the biggest dead giveaway is she claims to be the farmer's child. She's running the store while they're away, but then the family cat hisses at her and runs away from her. She claims, oh, you scared it off. It's like, no, clearly this cat does not recognize her. She's a liar. She's clearly the monster. Yeah, she's stealing products and smuggling them across the river, and she's sending them out to like some henchmen on the other side of the border who have like a fishing net to wait for her to give the loot to them. Yeah, apparently Julie is the lake monster. She has like deep diving equipment and a underwater base, I believe. Really expensive for an amateur smuggling operation, but yeah, she's the beast. They fight each other. Shaggy and Scooby like accidentally flush themselves down the drain with the beast. They're like in this dam area. They flush each other out the airlock and fall prey to the net that her henchmen have outside. The henchmen are trying to catch the loot, only for the sea monster and the guys to fall into it, entangling all of them. It was really Julie. She's really this criminal who was smuggling stuff across the border. Like Julie looks like Cinderella since her hair design. Did she? Honestly thought it was kind of obvious it was her. So the sea monster, I do love Scooby and the gang's solving sea monster cases and underwater adventures, but honestly kind of generic. I'm gonna put her onto B. Has a cool design, but not much of a backstory, not much going for it. Basically, it's like a mysterious urban legend type of monster. It came from a lake allegedly bottomless, like from parts unknown, but one, it's not all that scary. Two, it's painfully obvious who the monster is. And 3, it basically gets defeated comedically. Yeah, I'm gonna put it onto B. But yeah, pretty much that completes our tier list. We did it. We talked about every monster and bad guy from the Scooby-Doo show. So I'll go over it one last time for any of you late birds or anyone who just clicks to the end to see my ranking in full. Top dog, easily the 10,000 volt ghost. Bottom one, cow. Yep, it is done. So, worst monster ever, cow. Yeah, fake cow sucks. What were they thinking with this thing? Honestly, kind of unnecessary too, but we needed a mystery. Cow, easily the rock bottom. Then, evil captain of the Fortress of Fear. Not a fan of him. Not a zombie guy who looks like a zombie. The Warlock of Wimbledon. And the future space cockroach. All these are total failures. Do not like these guys. I would say they are the worst villains of the series. The biggest fail going to cow. Then D tier are duds. The Ghosts of the Round Table, the Hellhound, the Black Knight repeat ghost, the Viking henchman, the Owl henchman, the Killer Gorilla, the Ghost actor, and the Ghost NASCAR driver, all D. Pretty lackluster duds, all things considered. Definitely not the worst, but also not that very great. Scooby-Doo could do so much better than these guys. C tier, the Phantom from the intro who didn't do anything. The evil wife of Ebenezer, the ghost of Merlin, both the one in the show and the one in the theme song, the sea monsters, Captain Jack Sparrow, the kelp monster, Octopus Man, the voodoo zombie of the band girl, the Viking leader, and the new witch doctor. All of them C. They were pretty lackluster, all things considered. They could have been good, could have amounted to something, but honestly, just didn't do it for me. I will say they are much better in comparison to our D and F tiers. So the show that comes next is a pup named Scooby-Doo and Scooby-Doo Show Timelines. Really love that show. I know a lot of people want us to talk about it, either as a tier list or a review, but I still have to rewatch it. Alright. B tier are okay villains. The Mamba Wamba and Mamba Wamba voodoo zombies, the Aztec golem, the ghost of Old Man Macduff, the Willowa, the Witch McCoy, that geezer Ebenezer, Jaguaro, the Cookie Monster Moon Monster, the Faceless Zombie, the American Traders, and the Beast of Bottomless Lake. Okay, yeah, they're all fine. They're decent. They could have been great monsters. They do have their moments, but honestly, they're just kind of average to me. Then A tier, awesome monsters. Loch Ness Monster, the Cat Creature, Gramp the Vamp, the Ghost Bull, the Aztec Ghost, the Creepy Heap from the Deep, the Ghost of Captain Clements, Ghost Gene Simmons, Dr. Coffin's Ghost, Old Iron Face, the Demons from Hell, the Headless Horseman, the Neapolitan Phantom Shadows, and the Skeleton Men, all awesome. These are definitely fun, creative monsters. I do really like them. I think they're definitely fun, creative endeavors for this show. They are definitely worthwhile Scooby-Doo monsters, but there can only be our perfect ones. Up top, who are the top monsters of this show? In S tier, the Ghostly Gondolier, the Ice T-Rex, the Witch Wilcox, the Shark Demon, the Evil Mutant Mantis, this one's for you, Manny, the Tar Monster, the Pterodactyl Ghost, the Rambling Ghost, Gator Ghoul, and the 10,000 Volt Ghost, all awesome, all the best. These ones, easily Scooby-Doo classics and underrated ghouls. I really love them. I think these are easily the most awesome characters, and honestly, might be my top 10. Yeah, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Yep, these are my top 10 new Scooby-Doo show monsters. Number 1 being the 10,000 Volt Ghost. This guy was awesome in cartoon form and just as awesome in live action form. He's easily my number 1. Easily dead last is Cow. Bye, Cat. Bye, Kira. And it is done. So I'll wait for Scooby-Doo Mystery Incorporated. Wolf and I might do that one next. Nice. Yeah, actually added top 10 up here. Ghostly Gondolier, Ice T-Rex, Witch Wilcox, I will argue she is hot, the Shark Demon, the Mutant Mantis, Tar Monster, Pterodactyl Ghost, Rambling Ghost, Gator Ghoul, and 10,000 Volt Ghost is my number 1. Yeah, got a top 10, I will say. That's funny. Might have to make a video about that one day, but for now, let's wrap up this tier list. Thank you all for joining us. Tier list wise, I do have some ideas out there. Wolf and I want to do Mystery Incorporated tier list, but we have to finish the show. Okay, guys, we have to finish the show first. I know people want a pup named Scooby-Doo, but I have to actually rewatch it. I'm thinking about doing another movie series to get a shorter tier list up, but we'll see what happens. Also, we do have videos on Patreon. We have 3 now up on Patreon. We have a Tales from the Dark Side review. I reviewed No Strings, very fun episode. I have my surprise anime review, and Wolf finally came back with an anime review. I post that, it's on there now. Nice. Thank you, V Scorpio. So, thank you all for joining us. I suppose I should start wrapping up now. Number 1, 10,000 Volt Ghost. Dead last, Cow. Top 5 worst villains down here. But thank you for joining us. I'll set you guys free. Love Scooby-Doo, and as you can see, we had a lot more good villains than bad on this tier list. But for now, let's say goodbye. Remember to like, comment, share, and subscribe, or just tune in for more videos posted here on Wolf Entertainment. I'm your host, Catastrophe, and I'll see you all next time. Beware of the ghosts, my friends.